Check. All right. Got it. Got it. Check, 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 check. We're good.
level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleluSA.com. Check. Oh, fuck. Check. 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 Check, 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 mic check. Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, check. No. Check. 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 Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
Check.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports.
Test 1, 2. Check. Check, check. Good. Alright. Check. No, wait. Needs more. Check, check. We're still too quiet. Alright. Check on that. Check, check. Check, check. That won't change anything. Go higher here. Max that out. It's still really quiet. Could go higher here. That's not bad. Alright. Okay, we'll ride it here. Put some more gain in it, Trevor. It's clipping on your end? Oh, yeah, that is clipping. Alright, I went too high. Okay. Alright, what about now? How are we doing? Good? That's normal? Yeah, that's even a little bit high. No, that's going through. If that's good, then we're good. Alright, go ahead and unmute it. All right, everyone, welcome here to GoPro Motorplex for the U.S. Pro Kart Series second round of the championship. We're live. We apologize about a little bit of technical difficulties getting set to bring you qualifying action here, but some beautiful camera angles at a gorgeous day here in GoPro Motorplex, Mooresville, North Carolina. We've got the overhead shot. We've got this great shot down the back straightaway here as the qualifying session continues for the mini Swifts, divided into 4 groups here this weekend. They've got an LCQ on tap at the moment. And we're out with just, I believe, the first of many. Caleb Smock joins me in the booth here live, bringing you all the action. My name's Andrew Clements here on Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Caleb, been a gorgeous day all day long. We're not sure if that weather will hold all weekend, but it should be pretty solid here to start us off.
Yeah, it looks like weather kind of went down for Saturday. Chance of rain now down to 40%. So hopefully that can get down to the 20, maybe even 10. But yeah, as you said before, absolutely beautiful day out here on track. It's slightly chilly, and I think qualifying is only going to pick up here as the times have already started to drop.
Yeah, the time's just starting to get going here for qualifying. We'll get you a full rundown of where everyone finds themselves. Obviously, you'll see that ticker continuing to roll on through on the left-hand side of your screen. And as they come by through here, the checkered flag will fly on the first group of many for the Mini Swift class presented by D&J Intermodal Services. So in total, 44 drivers have made up the field. They are separated into 4 qualifying groups. The drivers' meeting just got underway, and while we were working on our tech during the drivers' meeting, we're not sure exactly where everyone will stand, but we'll figure that out shortly. In the meantime, Devin Waltz currently tops the boards over Race Beckman, Bronson Kustis, Austin Warner, and Nathan Holy. The top 5 out of the 11-driver Group D. Then it'll go C, B, A, and again, all that split based off of the final practice session. So with the checkered flag flying now, again, as they went back through the top 5, it went to Cypress Andrus, Mateo Calderon, Paul Ehart Jr., Thomas Chrisman, Martin Ramirez, and Javier Rodriguez. They'll have another 10 or 11 lined up on the grid set to go. Qualifying short, sweet, and to the point. 4 laps is what everyone's getting so far in these 5-minute sessions, and right on the money will be when that the checkered flag will fly at the 5-minute marker. We'll take another commercial break now, as it seems like we've got all of our ducks in order. When we do come back, more qualifying to come, and a quick recap from the X30 Juniors that kicked us off here earlier on this afternoon. Stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series rolls on live from Mooresville, North Carolina.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Iami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. So here we are with Group C on the circuit now. The drivers that were about 20th to 30th in final practice out of the 44-driver DNJ Intermodal Services Mini-Swift class. You can see a nice view there. We've got of the infield hairpin headed over to turn number 9. Then, of course, coming out of turn number 9, we'll pick up some of our leaders all the way up the hill to turn number 11 and down the front straightaway. So here we go to begin qualifying for Group C. And instantly, a few will jump up. Vivek Kanthan on his second lap in the books moves to second behind Devin Waltz, who still tops the boards. Caleb, you can go ahead and read us through the top 10. They will update, of course, as we go on through.
Yeah, this is always changing. Race Beckman got down a couple more positions. Devin Waltz is still on pole. He's holding that 53.710. Vivek Kanthan currently in P2. Max Christie currently in P3. Michael McGarry running in P number 4. Race Beckman now rounds out the top 5. It's going to be Brosen Krostas running in Kustas P6. Austin Warner P7. Sarah Bradley cracks the top 10 going to P number 9. Alan
Bonilla Espinoza and then Nathan Holy round the top 10. Bradley moving up to 8th there on lap as well. Waltz's time at a 53.710. Still continuing to hold over Kanthan. Bonilla Espinoza will move his way up to 3rd. Kanthan will move up to the top of the boards at a 53.632. And the Paralyn USA driver in the 175 out of Westport, Connecticut, moves his way to the top by about 3/4 of a second over Devin Waltz. Michael McCaughey still 3rd. Bonilla Espinoza 4th. Max Christie holds the same in 5th. Race Beckman, quickest in the first group, currently 6th over Jackson Tovo, Kustas, Gian Matteo Russo, and Austin Warner, your top 10. I'm going to step out of the booth as we get our interview camera all primed and ready to go. We'll introduce the driver and commentator who is new to the Kart Chaser Network. Emery Lytle will be joining Caleb here in the booth in just a moment. Caleb?
We're going to continue on some lap times. Emery Lytle now getting himself set it into the booth. As you can see on the camera now, got the rest of the team still making their way through. Looking down through the order, Sarah Bradley just goes in the top 3 to P number 2 with that 53.670. Devin Wallace now bumped down to P3. Gianmatteo Russo now cracks the top 3. Goes to P number 2 once more. Goes to a 53.5. Sarah Bradley now back to 3rd. Devin Wallace, who was the fastest in the first group, now maintains the 4th position. Emery Lytle, you're just now in the booth. Get yourself all settled in. You ready to go?
Yeah, feeling good, man. We got the Kanthan got a really nice lap in there at 53.391. As we continue on with qualifying, got some more fast guys coming up in this next group. Obviously, these are some of the guys that were in the midfield in practice, and so, but Kanthan being able to get a 53.3 tracks pretty well compared to what we were seeing in practice earlier.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see some of these drivers who are running back in the 10th to 20th spot now making their way up into the top 10. When you get some track to yourself, it's amazing what you see. Also, ever making some changes to their karts. Sun coming out a little bit more, grip on the track. A couple more drivers still have a little bit to go. I think we have 1 or 2 still on a flying lap. Everyone else coming into the pits. Checkered flag is out. We're about to go on our way of group number 3 of 4. Once you run through the top 10 there, Mr. Lytle.
Yeah, so we got Gian Matteo Rousseau in P2, then Max Crisea in P3, Sarah Bradley in P4, William Scarborough in P5, Devin Walsh in P6, Michael McGoey in P7, Travis Petit in P8, Alan Bonilla Espinosa in P9, and Race Beckman in P10 as we get ready for Group C.
We're going to a couple of drivers still making their way into the pits. Group number 3 is on grid behind us. They're waiting for the command to go back out. Probably going to have a minute or 2 before we send them back out underway. I think we're going to go on a quick little commercial break as we wait. Don't go anywhere. Still got qualifying yet to come here at GoPro Motorplex.
A top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And welcome back here to GoPro Motorplex with the USPKS rounds number 3 and 4. Qualifying is now underway for your Mini Swifts. They're making their way out on track. We're looking at the timing board right now, waiting to see if anyone can crack into the top 10 as it was before. Vivek Canthan is still running in P number 1. He is currently now not on track. His time is set. He's going to have to hope that it holds. P number 2 is Ginamontio Russo. P number 3, Max Christie. P4, Sarah Bradley. P number 5 is Zillian Scabrao. Devin Wallace is currently running in P6. Michael McGuire running in P number 7. Travis Petit in P number 8. Alan Bonallo Espali running in P number 9. And Race Beckman rounds out the top 10.
Heading into group number C now, some of the notable guys coming into this are Carson Weinberg, Oliver Weldon. You've got Isaac Malcutt just making their way around the first time. Warm-up lap with a 4-lap qualifying. It's really important to get going quickly. Make sure you get the tires up to good temperature. These kids finished their practice right around the top 10, so they're going to have a lot of pace. That's going to be interesting to see just how quickly they can pop up the board.
Yeah, some of those drivers that listed off are usually some heavy hitters, especially in the Mini Swift class. They're just now getting to lap number 2. Some are getting into lap 3. As we said before, or we were talking about earlier before the show, it usually takes a couple laps for those tires to warm up, especially today. It's a beautiful day out, probably about 70 degrees. Not the hottest day, so it does take a couple of laps before these cars get running at top performance. Keep an eye on the top 10. Already got some big movers. Carson Weinberg now up to P5. Tyler Roberts gets bumped out to the 11th spot from the top 10. Max Weiland moves up into P9. So already lap 2. Some of these drivers are already getting bumped out of the top 10.
Oliver Weldon to P14 with a 53.957, but Weinberg put a scorcher on that lap 1. 53.6 is a really good second lap there.
Going down through the order, Jackson Tova was running in the 11th spot. He now gets bumped down to 16th. Beckman now 15th. As you said before, Oliver Weldon up to P14th. Asher O'Costin now up into the 13th position. Tyler Roberts in P12.
Asher Austin, a notable guy from this group as well, coming into the race as your points leader. He's P13 so far through 2 laps, so it's going to be interesting to see how far up the board he can end up.
Got some heavy hitters making their way across the line right now. It's the Weiberg and that CRG coming across. White flag is out. Oh, we got some big movers. Tyler Roberts now goes purple. He's got that 53.2 out in front. Vivek is now going to get bumped to P number 2. Looking down through the order as well. Sarah Bradley moves down into 8th. Carson Weinberg now in the top 10. He is in the 8th position. Looking for some other heavy. Isaac Malcutt now up into 12th. Gabriel Balog now into the 13th position. Oliver Weldon Not as big a mover, I think, that we thought he was going to be. He is currently in the 15th position, but still one more lap to go, and they're about halfway through. On the screen right now, there's Weinberg running in P2. Oliver Weldon right behind the third spot on the screen, not in the runnings, that is, as they still have a couple more corners yet to go, and this is their last lap for the third group of 4 for qualifying for Mini.
See, as they come into turn 11, you're about to see some more times popping up, coming in for their checkered flag lap, and this is going to be interesting to see just what Weinberg could do. Did not improve on his second lap. Here he comes to the line. Weinberg to P5. Tyler Roberts goes to P1 there with a 53.197. Max Whelan up into 4th place with a 53.483. Lots of movement going on now.
Oliver Weldon able to crack the top 10. He is in the 10th spot. Carter McMurray is up into P3. Looking down through the order, seeing if there's any other big movers. Ray Speckman now all the way down to the 21st position. Jackson Tovo in 22nd. So already a lot of bumping. I believe we still have one more group yet to come. We got some other big names in here. Jack Iliff is going to be in this next group. Kai Johnson, Keelan Harvick, Ethan Tovo, Ty Fisher. So a couple of drivers may be able to stir the pot up a little bit, as we still have one more qualifying group yet to come. We're going to send it down to another quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the final group for your Mini Swift making the way out on track, so don't go anywhere. I think this is going to be one of the best qualifying you've seen today, so stay tuned. Qualifying yet to come. Just all the way down.
All right, we're rolling now. Feeling good now.
Group A apparel, designed for the athlete and all of us.
Damn it.
Check out more.
My bad.
We're catching back up now, so we're good.
As the Western
You keep
importer
it down.
of
We still
Honda
got
and Formula K
over here
chassis
is
brands,
how much time is
Leading
left on the
Edge
commercial.
Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team
Okay,
with a
got
simple
it. Just
mission
let me know when we're going.
to teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services.
Okay, just yell or punch or something.
Matching races. With our
So are you local
remarkable
in
racing
here, or are you with a?
inventory,
Okay,
expert
I got you.
services,
What do you
and
run?
top-ranked
Casey
national
in here.
level team
Okay,
to
that's
back
awesome.
it up. We'll help to get
Yeah,
your
this is the
new
first
kart
time they've
racing
had a
package
national race
up
here
and
that
running
haven't run,
fast.
so.
Oh, really?
From arrive and drive
That's
service
awesome.
to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
And welcome back. Qualifying group number 4 now out on track. This is their flying lap. The first lap of, I believe, about 4 or 5 is about how many laps they've been getting in total. It's going to take a couple of laps here for the tires to come up to temperature before they start throwing down some heaters. Last lap, or last session, I should say, looked like it was about lap 2 before the time started to drop. Beautiful shot here on track. You can see some of the heat waves already coming across. About 70 degrees out, not the hottest day, but the sun is beating down on the track. It looks like it is holding heat well. Got a couple of heavy hitters still trying to make their way for their first couple of laps. Keelan Harvick is going to be in this group. Ethan Tovo as well. Jack Iliff already had the first lap. They're currently P38. Looks like everyone from that first group not able to break underneath. It looks like Keelan Harvick was able to go sub 1 minute. But about 2 or 3 laps is how long it takes for these tires to get up to temp. Kai Johnson just did their first lap, a 1:00.3, currently in 42nd. We anticipate most of the drivers will make their way back up. Looks like most of the field has made it under a minute, so these times are a little bit skewed.
Coming out of complete lap number 1 of the hot laps, and you're going to see some pretty quick laps on this one, I would imagine, but probably not anything that's going to challenge the top of the boards. First guys coming across to complete their first lap, and so far not a lot of movement. KJ grew up into P22, Kai Johnson P23. Seeing Ty Fisher up to P12 now with a 53.6. Lucas Palacio up to P5. Keelan Harvick up to P2 with a 53.3 right away. That is really impressive already to see him all the way up there into P2 after only 1 hot lap.
Yeah, looking down at some other heavy hitters who we anticipated was going to be quick here this afternoon. Ethan Tovo, he continues to get bumped down the order. Kai Johnson did a last lap of a 53.9. They're currently into 28th. Looking down to this order 2, looks like most drivers still making their way out. That last group looks like they got evenly dispersed all throughout the field. As we said, the biggest mover, Keelan Harvick, currently up to P2 with that 53.3. Carter McMurray currently now gets bumped down to 4th. He's holding on to that 53.5. Jack Iliff now making their way up into the 6th position.
Kai Johnson back up into P5 now with a 53.4. That's more like it. You're seeing more guys coming across. Alessandro Truchot up to P4. Lucas Palacio with a up to P2. Now P3 make it as Keelan Harvick gets into the 52s. First time we've seen that today with a 52.978 on his second flying lap.
Got 3 laps complete. It looks like I think they're going to have one more lap. There's a beautiful shot. There's Keelan Harvick making their way out of the bull, heading over into the quick little chicanes that they have set up. Again, that is your provisional pole setter for many, that 52.9. First driver to go into the 52s for qualifying this afternoon. Rest of the field going down his order. Looks like Tyler Roberts also able to crack that top 3. Goes to a 53.1, so almost on that border of breaking down the 52s. Lucas Palacio is going to hold on to that 3rd position. Jack Iliff making their way up into the top 5, goes 4th with a 53.3. Now Kai Johnson's going to bump him down to 5th.
Seeing a lot of fast times being set now. The Vec Anthem's really the only one in the second group that was able to get into the top 10, but beyond that, you're seeing guys continuing to improve. Harvick gets on the 52.8 on his final lap. You've also got Lucas Palacio getting up to P2 as well with a 53.17. Tyler Roberts from the last group ends up in P3. You've got Kai Johnson, Jack Iliff, and I believe that more or less finishes up the rest of the group. Rest of the top 10 goes to Jack Iliff in 5th, Kay Jager in 6th, Vivek Cantham in 7th from that second group, Alessandro Truchot in 8th, Carter McMurray with a nice run in 9th, and Gabriel Balogun P10.
Yeah, top 15, Rise Bowman currently sitting at P11. Ethan Tovo is in 12th, Max Weiland in 13th, Ty Fisher P14, and Giamonto Russo rounds out the 15th position. Carson Weinberg P16, Max Christie in P17, Asen Dramalov running in the P18, Sarah Bradley 19th position, and Oliver Weldon rounds out the top 20. Close times here this afternoon. Looks like we're now going to set to go for the X30 Pro Senior. We're going to go on a quick commercial break, and we come back. We still have qualifying yet to come.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
And welcome back to USPKS rounds 3 and 4. Qualifying for Sunday is about to go out for your X30 Pro Senior. Again, this is broken up into multiple groups. Before we get them going underway, we had a fantastic run from the minis. Constant swapping for the top 10 positions. Anything can and will happen. Although we do have a local up in the booth. Emery Lida, you have any tips for these kiddos? Are they about to go out on track?
Just here at GoPro, it's really important to make sure that you go clean laps. It's very much a momentum track. You see a lot of guys that make mistakes early on, and it gets in their head, impacts how they go about their qualifying lap. Also, you've only got 3 laps here, so you've got to make it count early and often. I mean, these X30 senior guys, these pro guys, they know what they're doing. They've had a ton of experience in this, and so you're going to see, I think, a really high-level qualifying session with the temperatures being good. Air is pretty dry. It's really nice for both power and grips. You're about to see some really fast lap times here.
Now, I got to ask you, you've been around the sport for a while. You've been around this area for a while. Who are some drivers to look out for as we're about to start qualifying?
So looking at X30 Pro, one of the guys I really want to mention is Cade Downs. He's a local kid, had a lot of pace last race. Obviously, you've got a lot of the national guys coming in as well. It's nice to see Austin Gerson back after a while. Cameron Weinberg in his first year in senior knows this track pretty well. And then just in general, I mean, you've got a lot of fast guys. As we get into the later groups, you'll see guys like Dalton Haynes have had a lot of speed this year. You've got Paulie Massimino, obviously, is always going to be a threat when you go to GoPro. You've got Tyler Wettengel as well as another guy, and then Hayden Jones as well. All of those guys have a lot of experience at GoPro.
Yeah, someone else who's got a lot of experience here, Paulie Massimino. This is one of his home tracks. He has a whole lot of testing here. And Dante Yu, who has slowly made their way up to the front runners in the scene. He had a good run for him at NOLA. It's interesting to see what he can do here at USPKS. First group now making the way around. They're going to get the first lap under the belts. Again, this is the flying lap, the first lap out. Next time by is when we see the actual time start to come in. Tires are going to be up to temperature. And right now, it looks like we got nose to tail battling. Rawlison Performance Group Kart out in front. He's going to lead the way over the field as of right now. Gavin Bailiff running in P2. Timothy Carl out in front. Leonardo Hassan is going to be in the third spot. Aiden Fox, P4. Santiago Fernandez is going to round the top 5. Again, that is all subject to change. Broken up into multiple groups, and this is the first time out on track for these guys for qualifying. Tires have got to break off all the oil and rubber that's sitting on it that doesn't really have a whole lot of grip to it. Once that's gone and the tires are up to temp, that's when the times start to drop.
Yeah, for reference right now, fastest time on the first lap around was a 53.2. You're going to see that drop tremendously. In happy hour, Colin Warren went quickest with a 46.9. That's a ridiculously fast lap around this track. Just shows the level of grip you had. Now you're starting to see guys come around for their first flying lap, already into the low 48s with Gavin Bailiff at the top at the moment, Aiden Fox into P2. Fox had a lot of speed last weekend at the local race. There's definitely a lot of grip on this track. Dylan DeHunts goes into P1 as well. Really the top 5 now starting to get into the low 48s, and you're just seeing a lot of movement early on in the session.
Mateus Garcia making his way into the top 10 just for a moment. Again, gets bumped down into 9th. Ryan Vincent up into P2. Dylan DeHassey running up in the first spot. Again, this is all going to change, especially when the other groups start to come out. It looks like there's a pretty good distribution between the fast guys and some of the guys who are not quite there. So I think it's going to be a very intense qualifying session. Again, we have 2 groups qualifying per group. We got qualifying for Sunday, qualifying for Saturday. Right now we're doing Sunday qualifying for the later half of the weekend. Already time starting to drop. Aiden Fox goes purple, 47.8. Wes Duchik running in P2, so he gets bumped down. Looks like we may have some interviews underway. I believe we're going to switch it down to our very own Jenna Tommy. Jenna, take it away.
Actually, we got Jenna behind the camera here tonight, but let's go ahead and we'll talk to Colin Warren, our fastest driver from Happy Hour. Colin, you kind of surprised a lot of people. Wasn't a surprise to me. I called you here on Happy Hour this week, but how are you feeling with the new piece?
It feels great so far. It's the first time ever at this track in X30. I've raced the only on 0206, but first time at KR, and it's working really well. The setup changes and everything, but there's so much adjustability. It's feeling really good right now.
Yeah, you guys look like you made some pretty big leaps through the day here. Is it more just setup or any difference in tires, you think?
Oh, setup. I've been working non-stop because I'm mechanically for myself, so yeah, it's a non-stop effort. I missed practice too. I got three laps in practice too because we were changing some stuff on the kart. But
Good deal, man. We'll let you get to it. Get seated. Good luck. Thank you. Colin Warren.
Thank you for that. Xander, checkered flag is out for the first group. Drivers are still making the way around. Dylan DeHassey is the fastest kart so far. Again, that is provisional with the 47.6. Looking down through the other order, Ryan Vincent gets bumped down into P5. Leonardo Hassan in P7. Gavin Bailiff now into 8th. Josh Campbell, P9. So all sorts of shakeup still yet to come. Looking down, we still have Austin Gerson to make his debut qualifying run here for USPKS out of missing out a couple of seasons. Sam Kate still yet to come. Nathan Cicero, Cameron Weinberg. Paul Baucus is also back behind the wheel this weekend. Dante Yu, Paulie Massimino. So there's still plenty of good drivers still yet to make their way around. Engines have now fired behind us. Now you typically run here in the KA. Would you have any, say, differences or major differences between running a KA here and the X30 aside from speed?
Well, obviously, I mean, you hit the first one just looking at the speed difference. I mean, obviously, top end, you're looking at 5 miles an hour quicker, a little bit better acceleration. But I think when you come into a session like this in qualifying, in KA, a lot of times it's about trying to find a little bit of a draft, even when they separate you, trying to get that sort of reference. In X30, it's a lot more just about hitting your marks individually. Again, I mean, both of these places are really dependent on having the ability to sort of be consistent, hit your marks, and really kind of stay in the flow of things. But X30 is so important with the engine package, really sort of valuing smooth drivers. In K, you can get away with wrestling it a little bit and just kind of throwing it through corners. In this case, though, you're going to have to really make sure in X30 that you keep it smooth, keep the tire temperatures good, and put in a really fast lap in qualifying.
Now, something we saw when he came here for Miami Grands last year in about midsummer is how much of a toe played effect into some of the driving. And some of the drivers were talking on the happy hour so that there was a little bit of aero wash on the front, which you usually never hear in a go-kart. Obviously, with the new bodyworks that they have going on them, is that something that you noticed out on track? Is toe playing a huge factor?
Yeah, well, it's a lot more of a thing in X30 when you look at the aero wash and just making sure you kind of feeling the effects of that through the corners. Obviously, in both classes, you're trying to get a toe down the straightaway to gain a little bit of straight line speed, but certainly, I mean, this past summer, you saw the effects of an Miami Nationals. I mean, you saw guys that could get laps 2 to 3 tenths quicker, even in the X30, through the usage of toe, so it's something that's always going to be really important to watch.
Something else we need to look out for. Xander Clements currently back in the booth. Boss Man is back here as drivers making the way for the flying lap, about to get the first lap in the books.
Yeah, we're watching Ryan Norberg on screen here, second in final practice. The national #1 plate holder has a massive points lead coming into this weekend as the green flag flies for Colin Warren across the stripe here. Norberg has not topped any of the practice sessions today. He has not fallen outside of the top 10 either. But again, a clean sweep at his home racetrack in Orlando. And he's got a big gap ahead of him. His teammate Paul Baucus is pretty close, and that's a rookie here who we haven't talked a lot about this weekend, but he's been, again, great final practice session behind the national #1, and that whole team seems to be firing on all cylinders. It hasn't been a single session today. They have had less than 3 drivers inside the top 10. And of course, this guy leading the charge has made that possible, it seems so, the last couple of years. But I think based on last year, what we've seen here, what we've seen at the Grands, we lost a lot of our field in that final big crash in the main event. But at the X30 shootout and at the USPKS event here 1 year ago, there were a lot more guys that seemed to be able to contend with Ryan Norberg and the RPG train than some of the other racetracks that we go to. So I think we could see quite a few different faces inside the top 10 here this weekend, Emery.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at Norberg already up to P1 on his first flying lap with a 47.9. Now he's surfed by his teammate Hayden Jones, who goes even quicker. Austin Gerson as well goes P1. I mean, on the RPG point, there's so many different fast guys under that tent. And I mean, even just looking at the competitiveness at this track in X30, I mean, you've got so many locals, so many guys that have so much experience here. And you add in the fact that you've had a lot of guys putting in testing the last few weeks. I think this field's going to be extremely competitive. You saw that in the final practice. A lot of guys within 2 or 3 tenths in the low 47s. It's just been really incredible to see just how quick some guys have been so far today in practice.
Well, quick to see how many guys are quickly jumping past that first group. Norberg at a 47.17. Now he's one of the first drivers to come across of that initial top 5 from lap 2. Jack Jeffers again. He was a half tenth off Norberg last time. He's a half tenth off him again. So no change. Austin Gerson will wait for him to come across the line. He'll go to the top once more. And the 392 in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Big time toe, it looks like, off the CRG. A Cameron Weinberg positioned perfectly to work with his SCR teammate. He'll look to the inside into 4 and go by him. Here's some more drivers down the field. That's Cade Downs in the 399. RPG Cosmic headed through turn number 4. One of the local drivers. He's been nearing the top 10 most of today. Currently 13th here in qualifying. But Austin Garrison, your quickest driver, he's staying behind Weinberg on this lap. I think we may see him pull in a lap early, Caleb.
Yeah, some other big movers up towards the top. Hayden Jones goes up into P4. Justin Anacones, the rookie, up into the top 5. Pauly Massimino cracks it. He goes to P7, and Nate Cicero up into P8. So a lot of Rollison Performance Group's karts are out in the top 10. Checkered flag is currently out. Norberg wasn't able to improve, and it looks like Austin Garrison's going to have provisional pole going into Sunday.
Well, and you got to give it to the Speed Concepts Racing guys. All 3 of their X30 senior entries inside the top 10. Austin Garrison, P1. Jack Jeffers, P3. Cameron Weinberg, P8. So a strong showing for the SCR group on 2 different chassis manufacturers. Weinberg aboard the CRG. Jeffers and Austin Garrison aboard the Red Speeds. Again, Norberg second here for Sunday qualifying. Noah Baker, again, an impressive run on the Super Tune Tony Kart. Kind of silent through the day, but he's been in the top 10 as well. And closing in on the top 3, I think, was as high as 4th in one of the practices. He is 5th here at the end of qualifying behind last year's winner, Hayden Jones, the breakout star on his home racetrack. We'll start on the outside of row 2 for Sunday. Then again, Justin Adaconis in 6th. Paulie Massimino, Cameron Weinberg, Cicero, and then rounding the top 10, William Byron, who will not opt to start Saturday, but an impressive performance by the NASCAR Cup Series driver. 2 Cup Series wins already. He's trying to add a few more at Dover International Speedway this weekend, so we'll lose him at the end of the day today, but a good final lap for William Byron. He cracks the top 10 for the first time today in the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart, and the X30 Pro field is all but set for Sunday. We'll go to commercial and come back with Timmy Tech K100 Jr. as the first of 2 days' worth of qualifying rolls on here from Mooresville, North Carolina.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com. Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. It is the U.S. Pro Kart Series second round of the 4-round championship here this weekend, and we are so excited to bring you guys all the action. Once again, my name's Xander Clements, alongside me, Caleb Smock. Caleb, a couple qualifying sessions in the books. We have a short little break in the schedule. Initially, they had gotten ready to have a field of 60-plus X30 Pro seniors like we had back in Orlando, which would have meant 4 qualifying groups instead of 2. With the groups cut down, gives us a little more time to catch up and catch our breath after everything that's gone down here over the last little bit of time. So let's break it back here. Looking first, of course, K100 Junior set to go up next here. But talking through, we missed a little bit with the X30 Juniors. You watched a little bit of that session as well. Let's break down where they ended up here for Sunday. Sebastian Weldon currently on the top after the qualifying session was set and done. But it was tight all the way through the top 10 here. Caleb, who did we have on further back?
Yeah, we got Aiden Ingrata currently running in starting in P2. Max Garcia in the 3rd spot. Caleb Grafara in P number 4. Christian Miles makes his way into the 5th position. And the rest of the top 10, we got Jacob Kohler in the 6th spot. Max Taylor, P7. Ernesto Rivera in P number 8. And Enzo Vermontian, P number 9, and Leonardo Escorpione rounds out the top 10 for your KA Junior.
Yeah, so it's a decently packed group for the first couple. The first 3 in X30 Junior, Aiden Ingrata, Max Garcia, and Sebastian Weldon in X30 Pro Junior were within a tenth of a second. It was about a 2.5-tenth gap further back from them to find the rest of the field. But then from there, really from 4th back to about 15th or 16th, only about 0.3 of a second for 11 drivers, a pretty tightly packed group. Obviously, we just wrapped the X30 Pro Seniors just a moment ago, taking you back through the way that they have all merged together. Unofficially, of course, Austin Garrison, his return to the X30 Pro division after a near 3-year hiatus, going back to the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals in 2019 when he drove for CRG Nordam. That was his last time in a single-speed 125 power plant. He made a 100cc start back at the SCUSA Summer Nationals with Rollison Performance Group when he was driving for them. He obviously was their pro shifter driver for quite some time, and then this year started working together with Speed Concepts Racing, and in their first national event together here, they start on the pole, at least for Sunday. The way that the format works, a little bit tricky, of course. You've got qualifying going on today but it's going on for both race days. And to try and make things easy on the tire swap, since they run 2 different sets of tires, 1 new set for Saturday, 1 new set for Sunday, they'll park that new set of tires they just put on for Sunday, take them off the go-kart, put on a new set of tires for Saturday, and then they can kind of keep that with the kart overnight into tomorrow. So that makes things a little bit more logistically better for the teams, but it's not a big change because they're putting on multiple sets of tires throughout the day. You're talking a practice session that sets the qualifying grids. Most drivers will go new tires for that. New tires for qualifying for Sunday, new tires for qualifying for Saturday. Then they'll switch over to a slightly used set of tires, probably those practice tires that they just went out on midday to have a lightly used set for warm-up, or put new tires on for warm-up because they don't have to use the race tires then. All in all, it's a lot of tire mounting throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the hands look like in the afternoon. If they're either got blisters on them, or if they're probably all the veins are popping out with all the muscles being worked. Like you said before, Austin Gerson up in P1. Man, Nuremberg, he's got some competition this weekend.
He definitely does. And Austin Garrison in his return to the seat is down with Jenna. Jenna?
And it's been a long time since you were in karting. Can you talk me through the lap that you just laid down?
Yeah, so I was able to go and catch up to Cameron a little bit. You know, obviously drivers are a little bit faster when they have a rabbit in front of them. So I was just pushing just enough and just hard enough to go and catch him and kind of sneak up on a little bit of a draft, which benefited me a lot. So I just made sure I hit all my marks, carried good pace throughout the whole lap, and it worked out for me.
What's the hardest part of this track for you?
I would say probably the hardest part is coming out of the bowl. You know, coming out of corner 4, leading into 5 and 6. There's a couple of different lines people can go and take through there. But that's probably the most difficult area on the racetrack, I would go and say.
Yeah, well, you obviously drove it well. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Right now, I'm feeling a lot more confident compared to last session. I didn't have that great of a time. I was placed 12th. We made a pretty big change before we went out for their qualifying, and I think after that, the kart was a lot more balanced. I'm a lot more confident now going to this next qualifying and later on for the final.
Yeah, glad it worked in your favor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A big thanks to Austin Garrison for taking some time to talk to us here, and a very humble guy as well. As he mentioned here, he wasn't going to take any kind of over credit that time, of course, for the lap. But, I mean, he is a wheelman, no doubt about it. He might have got a little bit of toe, and that might have helped, but I think he's no doubt, like you said, someone that could contend with Ryan Norberg, which we didn't really get to see much of back at Orlando. Aaron Benoit, Alessandro DiTullio were close, ultimately not close enough. Garrison might be the one here to kind of break that streak that Norberg's been on this year, where in every 125 Pro Division event he's entered, he's at least won one of the 2 main events. I believe he may have also gone pole in one of the 2 days as well. He's still got a chance for that later on this afternoon, but at least for now, he's on the outside of the front row. Garrison on point. Jack Jeffers, again, rookie standout here this year. I mean, he had a couple big-time runs, nearly got a breakout win at Rock Vegas at the end of the season in 2021, and just a limited amount of starts that he made there. He rolls off 3rd. Obviously getting to learn from a guy like Austin Garrison, who's been around the sport for a long time and has a lot of talent. I'm sure he's helping Jack under the tent quite a bit.
Something else that's interesting is the local guys that come out. Hayden Jones finds himself inside the top 5 in P4. Pauly Massimino also in P7. Some other heavy hitters. Nathan Cicero, who I said was going to be the dark horse of the weekend, finds himself in 9th. William Byron in 10th. And Justin Anacones, he's first year and senior, and he is finding himself inside the top 10 for a X30 senior event.
Yeah, Justin Anacones, of course, had a really strong showing in X30 Junior. One of his final X30 Junior starts was the IAMA USA Grand Nationals here back in last summer. He was strong at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event as well. He's kind of started to find his way a little bit through the senior ranks here. I've talked to him and seen him. He's been at the SCUSA Winter Series. He's been at the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Orlando. He's been putting in the laps, putting in the work with the Mike Doty Racing and Lando Norris Kart operation. Ultimately, just not able to get that first bit of speed, but here, what looks to be his best qualifying run of the year so far. An outside 3rd row starting position looks great, like you said, ahead of Pauly Massimino, who would top the boards earlier on today in the first time practice session of Friday. So that's obviously a big boost to confidence here. Hopefully he can roll that into a solid pre-final result, maybe click off a top 5 and a new career best finish in the class. We go back to career best finishes. Cameron Weinberg also in that rookie class. took a year and a half off, came back swinging in February, has been wicked fast as the only CRG driver. We talked a lot about Alessandro DiTullio being the only one on a Paralin. He's, of course, racing the USF Juniors this weekend over at Barber Motorsports Park, takes him away from his Pro Kart duties. But Cameron Weinberg's in a similar situation. He does get to share the data being teammates with Austin Gerson and Jack Jeffers, but he's on a completely different piece of material, the CRG X30 piece compared to their Red Speed OTK. So impressive for Cameron to be able to go inside the top 10. And then, of course, like we said, we go back to Nate Cicero and William Byron, who's made some massive strides. We come here to GoPro Motorplex. He looks really, really strong here this weekend compared to where he was when we saw him back at the Florida Winter Tour in Pompano Beach. It's a track he knows really well. He's got some great tutelage with Fabio Orsolone and company. Max Pappas, of course, helps him on the road courses for the Cup car. I think that's a big reason why we see Willie B over here running X30 today. We won't get to see him race tomorrow, but to go inside the top 10, we talk about this class all the time, how much talent there is all the way through it, how tight it is. I mean, we're half a second down to 16th, and even tighter if you go from about the midfield together. If you're only 2 or 3 tenths off, you could be as high as 7th. You could be as further back as about 25th. So for Byron to go inside the top 10, a really, really good run as well for Willie B to get up going.
Something else I found interesting. I heard Paul Baucus had knee surgery the weekend after we were down in Orlando for USPKS, finds himself in the 12th position. I mean, I know you don't use your legs a whole lot, but still, that's got to play some effect to you if you had your leg cut open and then you're back in a cart 3 weeks later. Yeah, impressive to see here. The nice part is Paul Baucus, another rookie just like Cameron Weinberg and Jack Jeffers. So they're young, they're spry, 14, 15, 16 years old. They'll bounce back pretty quickly. Now we move over to the drivers heading onto the racetrack here as the KA100 juniors are going to get set to go green, and a massive group, one of the many classes that'll have quite a few drivers, unfortunately, not too happy by mid-afternoon come tomorrow and Sunday, as they will not all be transferring into the main event. The X30 Pro Seniors originally were going to have an LCQ. I think they may opt to start all 43. However, KA100 Junior at 55 is going to automatically mandate a last chance qualifier. Will also mandate 4 total qualifying groups. So this is the first of those 4, the bottom quarter from final practice, headed onto the circuit now to set a handful of laps here in a 5-minute session. And again, really only ends up being about 4 full-speed laps as they burn about 55 seconds to 1 minute on the outlap before they come to take this green flag and start the session. About lap 3 or 4 is when the times actually dropped what they were running in practice. I don't know if it's because the temperature out today, but typically it takes about 1.5. Now we're at 2. So that 3rd and 4th lap is crucial. You got to be perfect, especially in these bigger fields. No one wants to go home early. You all want to make the main event. And more importantly, no one wants to go to the LCQ and have to transfer your way out. That is probably one of the most stressful situations. However, it is one of the most entertaining if you're watching it on board. As we look at the times right now, Ryan Miller finds himself in the top 5 in P number 4. Jackson Wonley finds himself on provisional pole with that 57.1. So again, times are not close after lap 1, so all this is going to be out the window here shortly as our drivers now working themselves onto lap 2. Ayrton Grimm also out on track. John Antonino, first year running in KA Junior, is in the 6th spot. Gabby Sheldon running in P3. And it looks like Shia Arlich, going to get bumped again. Gabby Sheldon now is going to go to P1, and it looks like we have an interview lined up. Polly Massimino is down with Lida.
Standing here with Polly Massimino, qualified in the X30 senior class. Polly, not quite all the way at the front, but still a good starting spot for Sunday.
Yeah, I know for sure. P7 we could definitely work with. This weekend hasn't really been going the way I thought it was going to go, but we're getting there. The qualifying Kart wasn't the way I liked, so make a few adjustments and come back for the second round of qualifying.
And obviously you've got a ton of experience at this track, a lot of national wins. Coming into a weekend like this where you're running both classes, you've got 4 qualifying sessions today. What can you take from the qualifying session that you did just now into the next 3 classes?
I don't usually take what I learn in X30 to KA just because of the 2 different driving styles, but we're just going to go out in KA and relax a little bit and see if we can get some draft and try to get the pole in that.
Got you. Well, Paulie will be on track here in just a few minutes in the KA senior class, but a pretty good start to this weekend in P7.
Thanks for that, Emery. Here we go back to the on-track action with KA100 Junior presented by Timmy Tech. John Antonino to the top of the boards now. 3 laps in for the Race Factory USA drivers. We see a little pass made. There's Ayrton Grimm going by on one more. We'll try to identify one of the Merlin entries. I believe that might be Ryan Miller. He just passed, headed through turn number 4. Here's the overhead shot headed through the infield, and they'll head into turn number 8. We got a couple different vantage points here this weekend. Here's a good shot. You can see them coming into that turn 8 hairpin, and then they'll get the overhead shot over to 9. We'll pick them back up with a nice shot up the hill towards the final turn number 11. This is a track that has some gradual elevation here. In certain areas it gets a little bit steeper, like this final corner. It adds some parts to the driving to make it a little more technical. You can see them climb the hill under braking. It's off camber in the last turn, and then back down the hill to the front straightaway to the checkered flag. Caleb, as it flies, Antonino holds, but it doesn't look like it has a whole lot of hills here at GoPro Motorplex, but it's got enough when you're down an inch off the seat, or inch off the ground.
Yeah, on the inside hairpin, you can see on the top of the screen that we have a beautiful shot of now. That's a good passing point. It is an open turn when you come out of it. It's an X-turning radius, or an opposite of increasing radius when you come out of it, but it's all uphill, so you can roll more speed through it. And also, the track has a lot of runoff on the outside. That is a good passing point. And also, the double left-hander before you make your way into it. Got a little bear that sticks out halfway, so that's another good factor that we need to keep an eye on. Checkered flag is out. John Antonino, provisional pull. Again, this is only the top 14 drivers so far. This is all going to be out the window once we get some other drivers up in the mix. Ayrton Graham, who we saw on board for a little bit, finds himself in the 10th position. Jackson Wolnley, currently in P2. Shia Ulrich finds herself in P3. Gabby Sheldon, P4. Henry Wheeler rounds out the top 5 as of now, because we still have a whole lot of drivers still yet to come.
Yes, still quite a bit. 14 drivers with laps in the books. That leaves us 41 still to come here for K100 Junior qualifying. You can see the engines beginning to fire live on the grid, and we'll get set to go with another session. 5 minutes already counting here for this next group. They're all going to get spaced out. If you're wondering why the gaps are so massive around the racetrack here, you can see them still slowly getting released off the grid one by one. When they get onto the racetrack, they can go wherever they want to, but for many, knowing they've only got 3-4 laps at the most, they don't want to try and push their luck. They'll just punch their own hole in the air, and sometimes you do get a little bit lucky in the case of Austin Gerson catching his teammate in Cameron Weinberg, and you get that toe, but for most, I think they don't want to risk the chance of getting held up, because if you burn 1 or 2 laps having to pass somebody or losing pace by running behind them, well, then you've only got 1 or 2 left to go. And if they're the last 2, well, you're definitely out of luck, because everyone we're seeing is going quicker, at least in the MG Red classes here on the final lap number 4.
Timing is going to be your best friend, and, I mean, props to Gerson if he was able to pull it off perfectly. I know I probably wouldn't feel too comfortable catching up to someone in towing distance when you have 1 more lap to go. Drivers now completing their first flying lap. Lap number 1 about to be in the books this next time by. Again, for these lower horsepower class, I think all across the board, 3 and 4 is your prime number when it comes to trying to set a lap time. Another reference point on track is that turn right there is called the bull because it comes down into a banking, another good passing point. Some guys, as we saw at Miami Grands over the summer last year, able to roll a high line and making some moves. So this track is set up perfect when it comes time for racing. But right now we are focused on qualifying.
Yep, right now on your screen is going to be one of the James brothers here. I believe Jake James in the 869. Was headed through turn number 9. There's some more headed over into turn number 9 as well. Here we are. We'll pick him up and see where he lands. At the moment, 1 lap in, 19th as the group slowly comes on through. A couple names that have been impressive this year. Ivana Richards was super fast in New Orleans. Cameron Reed also quick down there, and they're down in Group C. So some bigger names here in this one. John Antonino, not the best of luck here to start today, but coming out of Group D with a 2/10 advantage, that should hold halfway decent. Let's see where the fastest driver from Group C is going to jump to. It looks like at the moment it's Mateo Naranjo. He is 13th. No, take that back. Cash Perkins in the 863. That's on your screen here behind Jake James. And so Cash Perkins in the 863. Merlin to 4th on his 2nd lap. 2 more still to come. He's already closing in as they head towards turn number 9, but could be in position for a great opportunity as there's some more passing going on back in turn number 8.
Luke Welcome also finds himself in the 7th position on their 2nd lap. So 2 drivers coming out of that 2nd group may have a possibility to crack that top 5. Problem is that you got to make a hold between 2 more groups as the white flag is now out. Antonino still able to hold that first spot. Cash Perkins goes faster, just not fast enough.
Yeah, 1.25 tenths off for Cash Perkins here. Lined up for another good lap, trying to get some toe down the back straightaway into turn number 4. 45 seconds left to go in this qualifying session. This will be the final lap. Everyone getting 4, and I think it'll be the same for all classes across the board of a 4-lap quali, both for Sunday and for Saturday. We're qualifying for Sunday at the moment. John Antonino has withstood all the challenges so far as he waits on the sidelines, and the Race Factory USA junior driver just hoping he can hold on to maybe a top 5, top 10 result, as we've still got 2 more fast groups to go. Here they come up the hill for the final time. Perkins across the line behind James. James has moved up to 6th. Where does he end on the final lap? He goes to 5th. Perkins goes to 4th. Naranjo, 3rd. Make it 4th now as Luke Welcome to the top by a 1/10 of a second. Ivana Richards, 1/1000th off Antonino, stays in 3rd. Naranjo not able to improve. Can Richards go any quicker? She is on her final lap, one of the last drivers in the group to cross. If she does in the 8:22, she will. 1/4 clear on Luke Welcome, and Ivana Richards tops it now.
Cash Perkins also finds himself moving up a couple positions into P5. Jake James from that second group in the 6th position. But again, we still have 2 more groups still to come out on track. We have Steve Miller, Max Garcia. Trying to look down and see some heavy hitters. Mike Costello, also a good one. Max Taylor, Elio Meza. So some of the bigger names we've seen all throughout the season. Caleb Gaffera also still yet to come. So a lot of heavy hitters make their way up through the field. These top guys might find themselves in the 10th position here in the next 2 groups.
Yeah, definitely could here. So let's take you through again those results. You can see a lot of quick drivers still to come for this halfway break so far in KA100 Junior qualifying. Ivana Richards, Luke Welcome, John Antonino, Mateo Naranjo, Cash Perkins, your current top 5. The benchmark of 50.956 set by the Mexican driver is a Richards. In the 8:22 leads them. You can see most of the field has qualified up all the way through to the mid-20s to 27th with Brayton Zerbs. Parker DeLong, the first of the drivers here yet to put a lap in. You can see a lot of big names in the junior classes still to come. Spencer Conrad, local kid, looking to do good. Julian DaCosta, Stephen Miller, Austin Olds, Max Taylor has been impressive, Elio Meza, and looking all the way to the bottom there, Caleb Gaffera and Oscar Ilef, 2 drivers that have had a solid year, especially in the case of Caleb Gaffera, the newly signed Circle K RPG Cosmic driver, is going to be headed out in the final qualifying group, and man, is he out of season here in 2022.
Yeah, very good season indeed. And something else I want to point out, just because I'm represented from the Midwest, is how many drivers we have coming from Indiana. Eli Warren, going down through the other list, I know I've seen like 4 or 5 who are making their way down here. Yeah, I say that too soon. I'm sure they'll make their way up on the board at some point. But there's some good I know Austin Olds has got to be in that mix somewhere as well. I think I saw 1 or 2, but they'll make their way on the board sometime.
They'll definitely make their way up there. Lucas Zabo with some speed in final practice as well. He'll also join the likes of Caleb Gaffera. Oliver Piatek, the Georgia-based driver, looking pretty good here. Valentino Garbarino, Adam Brickley, Cooper Shipman, Mason Walters, Landon Skinner. Plenty more to come here. We'll take a commercial break and come back. More coverage coming your way live from GoPro Motorplex. It's the U.S. Pro Kart Series. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains.
Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. The U.S. Pro Kart Series rolls on with qualifying, beginning with the KA100 juniors. Already here we've got 2 groups in, 2 groups still to come for the first of 2 qualifying sessions for this group here. KA100 junior currently on the top right now. Ivana Richards, your quickest driver. Luke Welcome, a quarter 10th back. John Antonino, a 10th off. And that is before here, still half the field is to come. 55 drivers in total. We're live from Mooresville, North Carolina. My name's Xander Clements alongside Caleb Smock, bringing you all the action. And Group B on the racetrack now here, Caleb, as they begin their first lap so far around the circuit. A couple of them jumping up the order, but not too many to begin here. Quickest off the bat, Elio Meza, the 8:27. Looks like Oliver Piatek finds himself in this group here. On the screen is the 8:52 Benek. That's Michael Costello as he heads up the hill towards the final corner. One of his first 100cc starts that I believe I've seen him make here in his junior career, and I believe we'll see Michael in double duty action here this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. He jumps to 8th on his second lap.
Yeah, you typically lap 3 and 4 is when you see drivers jump up. Elio Meza finds himself on provisional with the 50.8. So lap number 2 in, and 3 and 4 is when the times really start to come down. If we already have drivers making some big moves on lap 2, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen later in the field. You can have a beautiful shot here. Look at this gorgeous day and gorgeous backdrop here at GoPro Motorplex in beautiful North Carolina. So we're watching the drivers making the way around. Look for some other big movers. Luke Welcome got himself bumped down into P3. Ivana Richards is going to try to hold on to the top 5, I would say, with the 2 groups yet to come. Lap number 3 is about to come in once all these drivers come across, and we have an idea of what times these faster guys are going to be cranking out. But right now, Elio Meza, who has had a good season start so far, found himself battling it out with Caleb Gaffera in the Florida Winter Series, both with Rock Scusa and with USPKS, is on provisional pole. Eli Warren, there's another Indiana representative, goes to P2. Spencer Conrad finds himself up into the 3rd position. So already some drivers from the mid-pack making the way up towards the front.
Yeah, Spencer Conrad with a good 3rd lap here. In fact, all the drivers in this group are going to bump Luke Welcome down to 10th. Diego Guillo, the last one through the line. Austin Olds moves up. Richards ends up in 8th here, quickest prior to this session. You'll see more shuffling continue as we watch Elio Meza. He's got some traffic just ahead of him. One of the GFC karting entries here, making it, I believe, the first time we've seen a GFC kart actually in a U.S. Pro Kart Series event, if I'm not mistaken. And Gary Carlton in that collaborative effort with Speed Concepts Racing fielding a driver here this weekend, as that's Keegan Kaminsky. So Kaminsky, 2nd quick. Meza behind him went at a 50.3 with a massive toe. And at the final tick of the clock, 2/10. The advantage for Elio Meza over Spencer Conrad. Eli Warren 2/10 back as well in 3rd. Kaminsky 4th. Olds 5th. Julian DaCosta 6th. We look at the drivers still to come. Austin Roy, Stephen Miller, Max Garcia, multi-time X30 Junior winner here in K100 Junior pole sitter in the 8:59. I believe actually may have won off technicality back in Orlando. Wesley Gundler, Max Taylor has been impressive as well. Emma Kate Scarborough, Mason Walters, Cooper Shipman, Adam Brickley, Garbarino, Iliff, Gaffera, and Zabo still to come to try and knock these guys off if they're as quick. If they're just the same level of difference as Group B was to C, Group A could be knocking the entire top 10 all up and sideways as Meza again holds on top of the boards here. Spencer Conrad over Eli Warren, Keegan Kaminsky, Austin Olds, Julian DaCosta, Michael Costello, and more. Anyway, as we'll continue to watch the field come on around here and get onto the grid just a moment before they go green for K100 Junior final group qualifying. Again, that's all coming in just a moment with Meza on top. And Elio Meza, we talked about Gaffera having a great year. Elio Meza's had a fantastic season as well here. Couple big wins, especially at the Florida Winter Tour earlier this year, Caleb. He has been really, really strong. The Houston, Texas Iron Rock Motorsports driver topping with a good timed pole, good timed draft to go to the provisional pole here, and that could be crucial for this next group as well. You might see a little bit of gamesmanship played.
Yeah, Meza, the toe did play an advantage, but I think something else too is he had a lot of momentum coming in from the Winter Series. We're now into the springtime, starting to get back into normal racing. Some of the drivers who can't make it down for the Winter Series decide to come back out. A lot of guys coming up from the north get some sunshine. They finally get some laps under the belt, so I'm pretty sure he's going to have his work cut out for him as the rest of the regular drivers start making their way out. Lap number 1, again, you're not going to see any major improvements. Typically lap 2 now, no longer lap 3 and 4, but lap 2 is when the drivers can put in some good laps, and then lap number 3 is your prime lap. That is when the times really drop down, and lap 4 is just take it if you can get it. Not a lot of lap traffic we've seen as far as getting hauled up. If you're on a quick lap, they're doing a great job of spacing them out. The rest of the drivers starting to make their way around. But Caleb Grafera, I think, is going to be the telltale to see if he's able to put it up in the top 5, maybe even top 3. See how many of these other drivers get bumped down the pecking order. Here's a beautiful shot. That is a Lando Norris kart making their way into the bull. Again, terminology, bull is one of the best passing points here. You can run the high line and the low line. We've seen the high line have some good passing. You can freight turn around the outside and then it funnels back down. Honestly, this is a beautiful track layout altogether based off the track way over in Italy, brought it back to the United States, and time and time again, it's brought some challenges and also some fantastic racing. Curbing here is one of the most crucial points, especially if it rains. We're not going to talk about that, though. We're going to hope for some dry weather and see if we can't have some beautiful weekend events coming here your way. As I'm going to switch my app over to Race Hero, get you guys some times as they are making their way around. Lap number 2 is about to be in the books here shortly. Elio Meza still holds on to pole position. Spencer Conrad still P2, and Eli Warren coming all the way down from Kentucky finds himself in the 3rd spot. Adam Brickley finds himself up into P7. That is currently the highest driver from this last group. Mason Walters finds himself in 9th. Diego Guido finds himself in 11th position. Max Taylor 13th. So not any big movers yet from this final group. I feel like 1, maybe 2 more laps. We're about to see some big movers. Adam Brickley, P7, fastest kart from this group number 4. There's a beautiful shot there. Caleb Grafera making the way out of the bull, heading into the chicane. Making their way out of the final couple of corners. Here it is, coming across. Let's see if there's any major drops. Max Taylor goes to P2. Mason Walters finds himself in the 2nd spot now. Adam Brickley gets bumps to 4th. Max Garcia now goes to P5. Max Taylor P6. Ernest Riviera finds himself in 6th position now as they're going to bump Max Taylor down 1 more. Elio Meza still on pole position with that 50.312. Steve Miller Band now up into the top 3, won a 50.5. Lucas Zabo finds himself in 6th. See if there's any other movers as they're making the way around for the final lap. Again, 4 laps is how many they get. Mason Walters still the fastest from this group, but he is not able to top Elio Meza, who still has provisional. Steve Miller in the 3rd position. Someone else who's been competitive over in the winter races.
Let's see here as the Lando Norris kart we're watching heads out of the final corner. Here's Garcia and Adam Brickley, a pair of Kart Republic design machines. Brickley in a great spot for a final lap. And indeed, the toe will take Adam Brickley to the pole. 4 thousandths clear on Mason Walters. Elio Meza's time from the session prior, holding 7 thousandths of a second off of 2nd, 11 thousandths of a second back in 3rd. Max Taylor jumps to 4th. Parker DeLong 5th. Gafera and Zabo jump up at the end to 7th and 5th. They'll move DeLong to 6th. Rivera, Miller, and then Garcia towing around the pole sitter qualifies 10th, only 2 tenths off, 10 positions back to Spencer Conrad here, and then even then it's still tight all the way through to Valentino Garbarino. Less than 2.5 tenths of a second for the entire top 12. We'll bring you through the group one more time so you can see what we're talking about with just how close this field is, and it is, again, very, very close for the KA100 Juniors. Adam Brickley, pole award winner here for Sunday in the Timmy Tech K100 Junior class over Mason Walters, Meza, Taylor, Zabo, DeLong, Gafera, Rivera, Miller, and Garcia. Spencer Conrad, we look further down. Keegan Kaminsky was up early in one of the earlier groups of the 4 that went, ends 15th. We talked about Ivana Richards, who topped it after the first 2, ends 21st. So that's still a little bit up from where she was when you look at where the groups were split, all the way down to 53 total that have run a lap here. Austin Roy and Emma Kate Scarborough, unfortunately, with no laps put in. 54th and 55th. That's a lot of work to do in a single pre-final to try and climb your way into this main event.
You got the pre-final, but then you got the LCQ, and I think the LCQ, we already see from lap times, is pretty tight. That is going to be a little bit more than door-to-door racing, as the tow here at GoPro Motorplex does play a factor, as we've already seen from qualifying. Adam Brickley was a big benetor off of it, finds himself on pole. Still a whole lot of racing yet to come. I believe the micros are now finding themselves in their carts. A couple of these guys getting some last-second advice from the tuners before they make their way out on track for their 4-lap qualifying run for Sunday's feature.
Yeah, I love this shot we got on the grid here. You can see all the nervous parents getting ready and trying to think, do they have the setup right? Is every nut and bolt checked? Is Junior or whether their little driver is ready as well? If they're all ready to go, well, we're going to find out. Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series is going to be right back here, live from GoPro Motorplex.
Back on.
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex, the U.S. Pro Kart Series qualifying. Now moving up to the Micro Swifts, heading onto the racetrack here, presented by Team Ferris Racing. At least for these kids, all 36 of them are going to get to make the main event, so it's only 2 groups for qualifying. It's still 2 pretty big groups in total getting set to go green here, and they're getting slowly released onto the racetrack for their outlaps. Again, 7 to 10 years old in this one, but make no mistake, Caleb, these kids put on a show week in, week out. Last time we were here streaming, we saw the last lap passes in 3 and 4 driver battles nearly every single race session.
Yeah, one thing that always shocks me with this class is that these kids are young. Some of them are just starting out, but the amount of maturity that they show on track when it comes to racecraft, a lot of these guys already know how to run close bumper to bumper. I know some of the parents get a little worked up and maybe even scared when they see their kid out there with a pack of 3 or 4, but they always look professional when they're making their way out on track. First lap is about to be in the books, and it looks like Royce Vega was the first car to cross the line. The rest of the field still making the way. Again, lap 1 is always a wash. Tires are still coming in. Pressures are still coming up. Lap 3 and 4 for these kids running on the MG Reds is when the times really start to show. There's a Weinberg running in a CRG, making the way out of the bull, heading over into the chicane. As we're going to keep watching these times here, looks like Nicholas Orbiz finds their way up on provisional pole as of now. Adam Forrest makes the way up into P5. So still, times are going to drop. Right now they're doing 100s. I believe they're doing close to 58-second laps during the warm-up. I could have been wrong, but there's going to be a lot of factors that come in here this afternoon. Again, this is probably one of the closest races that we have. When you have lower horsepower engines, they definitely rely on the tows. Already we see 2 karts going nose to tail, bumper to bumper. Maybe even a pushback penalty from that as they make their way across the line. We haven't seen that yet this afternoon. It looks like that may be the name of the game, making the way to turn 1. Royce Vega finds a way back up on pole at the 55.1. Nicholas Orbiz finds himself up into P2. And it looks like Holden Myers now going to go back up to the top. Adam Forrest cracks the way back up into the top 10, looking for some other big movers. J.J. O'Neill finds himself up in 8th, moved him way out from the 12th position. Adam Forrest gets bumped down again. Edward Kennedy finds himself in the 6th position. Royce Vega, P number 2. Let's see if he can improve this time by running out there, cart number 33 out of the on track. That is the first cart you see coming across the line right now. We're going to keep an eye on the timesheet for you guys. William Kim finds himself up into 7th. Jackson Porter finds himself inside the top 10 and 9th. Maverick White now rounding out the top 10. Drivers not making the way across the line. Royce Vega was not able to improve on their second lap. Finds himself P2. William Kim finds himself in P7, also not able to improve. Edward Kennedy improves, but not their position. Stays in P5. Jackson Porter moved up for a moment, then gets bumped back because Maverick White cracks the top 10 and goes into P7. J.J. O'Neill now goes back up into 6th. Not a lot of movement in the top 3, though. Still Myers, Vega, and Orbeez. Mojetski finds himself in P7. Jacob Mojetski. Edward Kennedy still maintains that 5th position. Again, group 1 of 2. Dividing 36 carts into 2 groups. That's more than we've seen in the previous. When you can divide them by 4, you can get usually lower numbers. When you have to break them into 2, it's a little bit higher. But since these guys are able to spread out, we've seen a couple of carts already go nose to tail as we see that again coming out of the final 3 corners. One more lap in the books, and that is a checkered flag. Royce Vega not able to improve. Locks in into the 2nd spot. Nicholas Orbeez, P2. Jacob Mojetski currently in P4. Edward Kennedy also not able to improve. Finds himself in 6. Jackson Porter moves up in the 7th spot. Holden Myers comes across the line, able to hold on to pole position, provisional that is. Maverick White gets bumped down. J.J. O'Neill finds himself inside the top 5. Jackson Porter moves up into P8. William Kim into 9th, and Forrest Adams finds himself in the 10th position. So we still have one more group yet to come. Looks like everyone made their way across the final lap. They're going to find themselves coming back into the pits. We'll send group number 2 out, and we'll see what the order looks like. There's the unofficial results for the top. I believe it was 17 carts made their way out in group number 1. Can't do math on the top of my head, but the rest are about to make their way back out. There's the rundown order. Rocco Simone is the heavy hitter. Ashton Woon, someone else to look out for. Austin Taylor, heavy hitters we've seen in the Winter Series, and as we make the way into the springtime, let's see if they're able to hold on to what they've been putting on. There you can see in the background, drivers sitting in their carts, mechanics standing on top of them. Maybe some reminding them, hey, these are new tires. You got to make sure you break them in before you go out. Couldn't ask for better weather here this afternoon. You can see in the back, looks like a little bit of clouds in the sky. We're going to do our anti-rain dance and hope it stays away this weekend. About 70 degrees here this afternoon. Probably a perfect day for qualifying. I don't think it can get any better than this. Light breeze coming in from the northwest. Engines are now fired for group number 2. Let's watch them roll out.
Yeah, we'll be bringing them on out here again. Holden Myers, Royce Vega, Nico Orbezo, the top 3. Half a second gap for Holden Myers over Vega and Orbezo. So that lap should hold really nicely here with the faster group in theory still to come, as that's a half-second delta from 1st to 2nd. That should be a pretty competitive lap time at a 54.6 flat. Mojetski, O'Neill, Kennedy, White, Porter, Kim, and Adams. Again, the top 10 out of the 17 that have completed a lap so far. We should see as many as 19 in this next group here, potentially a couple of write-offs that didn't end up showing for either the final practice or one driver missing out on that qualifying session for group number 1. Nonetheless, Group B complete. Group A on the circuit. Here we go. The outlaps beginning, and many drivers that we have talked about this year here could be a factor here at GoPro Motorplex. So many kids have grown up at the racetrack over the last 10 years. It has, of course, been most notably the birthplace of world champions Brent Cruz and Connor Zilisch. They are here almost every single week, multiple days per week, training the next generation. And really, they're the next generation of cars as well at only 14 and 15 years old. But the next generation on the screen here of 7 to 10-year-old superstars, many of them getting lessons from the likes of Zilisch and Cruz and, of course, all the other coaches and teams in the area. So you have a very well-developed group that regularly run here, and even for those out of town will come in and get a little bit of seat time. And then we come to a layout as well that we've run for the last 10 years straight without really much change. The Miami Grand Nationals was the only event that took a swing at going away from the norm This track layout produces a lot of great passing, a lot of great racing, and it's safe as a whole, which is why we see a lot of the series stick to it. The U.S. Pro Kart Series polled its drivers, said, do you want to try something different? Of course, there are some that'll want to always try something a little bit different, but ultimately, seems like everyone's really happy here, and the numbers showing it. 300-plus entries here this weekend in Mooresville, North Carolina. As we watch Benja Fernandez. Man, did Benja have a weekend in Orlando. That kid got all the way up to the lead just to spin in one of the heat races, drove back up into the top 10. So much pace to the SCUSA Winter Series. Pace in Orlando as well, and the Trinity Karting Group driver aboard the Kart Republic chassis will come across the line to put a second lap in the books. Where does it land him? It lands him third at a 55.182 behind Vega and Myers.
Fernandez, the biggest mover out of Group 2. Looking down through, seeing some lap times coming across the board here. JJ O'Neill gets bumped down. Here's Marcos Summit. Finds himself up into P10. Kai Mars goes P2 for a moment because Parker Ives able to take them out and goes into P2. Kai Mars now finds himself in third. See if there's other big movers. Ashton Wyatt finds himself up into 8th.
Yeah, so about an even split right now here between the drivers that have already made all 4 laps from the first group to the drivers that are now in group number 2 and are putting their laps in. Now that will change here in the final 2, as we've seen everyone in group number 1 hit their quick lap pretty much on lap 4. What do we go on lap 3 for Fernandez? How much closer can he get to the top? He will go all the way to the top. 54.440 for Benja Fernandez. Cameron Marcia goes to second in the number 14 Nitro Kart. And the 54.506 will hold at third. Marco Samut goes up, a winner in Orlando. And Kai Mars quicker than all of them in the 23. Teammate to Benja Fernandez, Kai Mars, another Georgia-based driver who spent a fair amount of laps here at GoPro Motorplex, calls Atlanta Motorsports Park his home. And Kai Mars, a 10th and a quarter quicker than Benja Fernandez on your screen. We'll see if we can pick up the number 23 machine as the quickest drivers are making their way through the final sector now. One more lap to be completed. 30 seconds to go on the clock. Where is Mars? It looks like he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him here on lap number 4, headed into turn number 9. Across the line for Fernandez. Does he improve enough? And he improves a little, stays third behind Mars. Troy Ferguson and the Bennick to the top in the 43 as well.
Troy Ferguson set that on lap 3. Still got one more lap to see if they can improve along with Kai Mars. Some of these drivers have already completed the lap times. Kai Mars able to improve, goes to point with a 54.0. Troy Ferguson now finds himself in the second spot. Again, they are working their final lap. They're about to make their way across the line. Let's see if there's any more improvements down the board. Looks like Drew Wall is able to go to the top 10. Bowen Green finds himself up into 6th. Ashton Woon able to go 15th. Not as high as I thought they would be, but it's still competitive. You're up there in the top 15. This Micro Swift usually always finds itself breaking up into smaller groups, and it looks like all the heavy hitters are going to be across the board. It is Kai Mars going to be on pole position provisionally. Troy Ferguson finds himself in P2. Cameron Marcia finds himself in 3rd. Rocco Simone finds himself in 4th, and Benja Fernandez finds himself rounding out the top 5. Bowen Gurney is going to find himself in P6. Ashton Wyatt is going to be in P7. Parker Ives in the 8th position. Drew Walls finds himself in 9th. And Marco Samut finds himself in P10 overall. So that was the 2 groups from Micro. Next out is going to be KA100 Senior, presented by Mike Doty Racing. In total, there are 68 karts about to try to make their attempt at pole position. So that is probably going to break us up into 4 different groups. Again, slowest group is going to go out first. Fastest group is going to go out last, which means that there is going to be an LCQ. Don't go anywhere. I believe we're going to send this to commercial break, and we come back. One of the tightest fields is about to make their way out on track.
Hey, Kyle says 0 audio, Trevor. Trevor. Kyle says 0 audio right now.
Right now?
Yeah, he says 0 audio.
Right now.
Oh.
In general motorsports, it all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
And welcome back here to USPKS rounds 3 and 4 here at GoPro Motorplex. We're about to get underway here with KA100 senior qualifying for Sunday. 4 groups of drivers are going to find themselves trying to make that pole position lap time. Finnegan Bailiff was the first driver to come across at a 57.7. Again, lap 1 is always a wash. It's usually 2, 3, and 4 is when you see the competitive times making the way across. This is Group 1, so they're going to set the benchmark and see if anyone else is going to be able to come back in Groups 2, 3, and 4 and try to make their crack at the top 5. Bryce Frank was the fastest out lap with a 57.4, so I have a feeling these times are going to definitely drop. Looking down through the order, some drivers to look out for in the following groups. Ian Quinn is always competitive. Paulie Massimino pulling double duty. Aiden Rudolph still yet to come up. Dalton Haynes also doing double duty. Race Liberante, someone else to keep an eye out for. We were waiting to see for these 2nd, 3rd, and 4th laps to be in the books. Lap number 1 is currently lap number 2 across for Finnegan Bailiff. He drops time, goes to a 52.0 just for the moment because looks like Brooke Bayer is going to take it for the moment. Here comes Andrew Rogers, is going to go to 51.3. Times are definitely dropping here on lap 2, and they're only going to get quicker. Bryce Frank found himself up into 5th. Now he finds himself all the way back into 8th. Garrett Davis is going to take that spot right back away from him. Looks like they're starting to settle down just a little bit. Xander Rogers, currently the fastest one in Group 1. Ethan Origin, nope, he is going to get bumped. Jeremy Fletcher is out on track, finds himself doing a 50.4. The rest of the field still making the way around. Kendall Hedge, Kart Chaser's very own, finds himself in 11th.
Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher was one of the quickest drivers throughout all of practice, and he was really quick in the final practice session, but had timing and scoring issues. His transponder only picked up 1 lap in total. It did not get him enough pace to move up the order into the fast group. He is in the first of 4 groups for K100 Senior, and as Fletcher heads towards turn number 9, at least now he can try and put some distance on him in the field, get himself a half-decent starting spot for one of the 2 pre-finals come Sunday. The unfortunate part is he'll have to do this for both days. Again, the qualifying groups for Saturday and for Sunday set off of that final practice session from earlier today, right before the lunch break. So that's what's got Fletcher down in this section here. Here comes the Rogers brothers making their way on through. Cohen Summers, Xander Rogers headed into turn number 8, working together in the Iron Rock Tony karts, trying to use the toe to get them a little bit higher up the order. Fletcher has a 2nd on the field now. Incredible stuff from Jeremy Fletcher. He again mentioned that he felt like he was one of the fastest drivers here this weekend, felt he had a really good piece in the K8 class especially. Well, a 49.92, that is a statement in itself all by himself. Jeremy Fletcher, your quickest driver here as the session comes to a close. Here comes a big group headed down the back straightaway, led by Nikita Panaris, I believe, headed on through. Panaris 7th at the checkered flag here. Kendall Hedge 5th in the group, just behind Panaris. Vance Bowersock is 6th. Nikolai Dukov is 4th. Fletcher even quicker on the final lap at a 49.877.
And what type of maturity that shows from Jeremy Fletcher. Like you said, he was put in the slowest group, even though he is probably one of the fastest drivers out here, able to keep his cool. Didn't have a toe going for him. It looks like no other driver is able to match his lap time from that group, so he don't really have anybody he can run with unless he get your timing perfect. But he is currently the provisional pole setter. Brooke Berry finds himself up in P2. Xander Rogers up in the 3rd spot. Nikolai Dukove is going to find himself in 4th, and Kendall Hedge rounds out the top 5. Vince Bowersock is going to find himself in P6. Nikiet Ponders finds himself in P7. Alex Finstead finds himself in P8. And Cone Summers finds himself in 9th. Garrett Davis provisionally rounds out the top 10.
Engines are fired now for the next group as Jeremy Fletcher will now make his way through the scale line. We'll see if we can get a word with him, of course, because I have a feeling that 49.877 is going to hold pretty well over the rest of the field. We'll just be filling in the gap between himself and Brooke Berry in the Iron Rock Tony Kart. Iron Rock Motorsports again second and third behind the Gary Willis Racing Tony Kart of Jeremy Fletcher. Nikolay Dukov in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Fourth, Kendall Hedge on the MPG Motorsports Will Power Kart, rounding the top 5, so a good bit of brand diversity in that first group to come out. Here comes the next pack onto the racetrack. Group C. Out of the 4 groups here, this was the kind of third percentile from the back of the field. If you look at all 68 drivers in total, you're probably seeing about 50th to 35th on the racetrack right now, roughly here. Maybe a little more than that, as we had 17 in total take a lap. Unfortunate for Finnegan Bailiff with the issues he had there early on in that qualifying session. Already a bad weekend, kind of gone to worse for Sunday. He'll start tail end Charlie in his heat race as he qualifies 17th, dead last out of the slow group for Finnegan Bailiff. A lot of work to be done come later this weekend for the TKG Kart Republic driver. However, we focus back on to the drivers at hand. The first few laps coming in now as the outlap is completed. So the way it looks like it's counting with the timing loop, that first lap really is an outlap, and they're only getting about 3 full-speed laps, as I'm noticing now, because they're anywhere from 7 to 8 seconds off. There is indeed a timing loop here at GoPro Motorplex for the rental carts when they exit the pit lane. That's also what triggers the timing, well, not what triggers the timing monitor, but it puts it as if it could trigger the timing monitor. They'll go green flag for the timer just off those 5 minutes. So as the field makes its way around turn number 9, here they come up the hill. They'll put the first full-speed laps in the books, and let's see how they work their way out of turn number 11 this time. Does anyone jump into the top 10 and quickly go by? Vinny Miskelis will, the Texas-based driver, into 10th. A few more still to come across the line. Kingston Himes goes to 14th on the opening lap. More to shuffle.
Someone else I saw go making the way out on track, Race Liberante. When they sent him all out, sat and waited at the end of pit lane. He wanted that full track to himself before making his way out onto the track. Jeremy Fletcher, his time is still going to hold. No one is able to knock him off the pedestal. That's going to be interesting to see once these tires come in. Again, lap 3 and 4 is in the strive.
I believe that actually was Keegan Bosch there that was late to go off. Race Factory teammate Liberante, I believe, should be in the next group, if not the following one, as he gets set to go green here. Jeremy Fletcher's time at a 49.87, still holding over Brooke Berry, but Keegan Bosch, again, was the driver that we were watching at the back of the field. Here we go across the line for Vinny Miskelis, who has been the quickest driver in this session so far. He will actually take that back. Byron Daly a little bit quicker. So Miskelis down the back straightaway in the the red speed. Under the GWR banner as well in the 948, exits turn number 4. Let's see what he can do on the final lap. Miskelis has not improved too much since moving into the top 10. He's dropped all the way down to 14th, make it 15th now as he heads for turn number 8. We'll pick up some other parts of the field as Miskelis makes his way out of turn number 8 for the final time.
Some other movers, Mason Surgeon, are able to crack into that top 10, goes P6. PJ Lida finds himself in 10th. Xander Rogers, who at one point was one of the fastest drivers in the first group, finds himself in 9th. Brooke Berry, also a fast driver in the first group, finds himself in P7. Looks like no one is going to be able to crack down into that 49. It's still Colin Haynes, the fastest driver out of the second group, finds himself in P2.
Yeah, Colin Haynes with a good run. Byron Daly still yet to complete. They both still have one more lap to go as the checkered flag will wave. There goes Hayes across the line. He will improve a little bit. Daly looked like he was behind him and got an even better toe. So Byron Daly at a 50.142 moves to second. Alex DeLemo Jr. moves up to third. Colin Hayes fourth. Brooke Nachtman fifth. Mason Surgener sixth. Andrew Wilson seventh. Brooke Berry eighth. Logan Mueller was ninth. Move him 10th as Race Factory's Keegan Bosch jumps into the top 10, goes to 7th. And that is 7th out of 33 to complete a lap so far. We are halfway in to a 68 driver field for qualifying. 2 groups down, 2 groups to go. Again, let's give you a quick update of where we are right now for your KA100 seniors. Again, Jeremy Fletcher, a timing issue has put him down the order here. So that's what had him go out early. And I believe that 922 could stay on the top all the way to the end of the session. You'll see some more names here. We mentioned Vinny Muskella's got up as high as 10th, ultimately bumped down to 20th. Kendall Hedge just ahead of him. She was in that first group to go out. We see still names to come. Aiden Levy, local superstar, and of course national name as well in the 990 is going to be coming. Nick Terlecki, Aiden Rudolph, saw him suiting up. He's had a good year so far, rookie season for Aiden Rudolph. Tyler Wettengel turned a lot of heads of the Miami Grand National Championship here last year. Home turf looking to defend it in his sophomore senior season. And you look further down the order, Alex Stanfield, teammate to Jeremy Fletcher, sharing the same data, arguably a similar setup on his GWR Tony Kart. He'll be in the final group to come out. Diego Ramos, normal X30 Pro driver, jumping over to the K100 senior class this weekend. Lots of big names still to come to challenge Florida's Jeremy Fletcher. We'll take a commercial break and come back. More qualifying to come here live from GoPro Motorplex. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And welcome back here. We're going to go out with group number 3 for our KA100 senior. Jeremy Fletcher still has 3 tenths on the field provisionally. Again, with that bad luck in qualifying, he now just said, you know what, I'm going to go up there and set a fast lap and hope it sticks. He's got 2 more groups to see if he can make it stick in P number 1. Field making the way out on track. Again, the first lap, usually always a wash. Some of these drivers are out on track trying to break the coating off the tires to get down to that prime rubber. Lap number 3 and 4 is when we've seen the fastest laps here in quali. Beautiful shot here of the track. You can see the drivers making the way out on the backside of the track. Some drivers just not making the way out. Separation has been great all day long for qualifying. There's only been a couple of nose to tail here. Again, that plays in the factor of draft, but it's someone who's significantly slower than you. It always plays into the wrong hand typically. Some of these drivers, you can see just how much they're cutting that wheel, trying to get some heat into those tires. Again, there's a top layer of coating around that tire just to make sure that nothing gets into the rubber. You got to break it off before you can get some quick laps. Lap number 1 just completed as they're now trying to set the fastest lap for lap number 2.
So now we are into Group B here. These are the drivers that just barely missed out on the fast 15. They can still qualify on the pole if they have the pace to do so. You're watching Dalton Haynes in the top cart here running behind another one of the Burrell Art. I believe that's one of the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers just ahead of him if I'm not mistaken. But I could be as they head for turn number 8. Haynes going to go down the inside, coming out of the corner, look back, decide to give himself a little bit of a bigger gap this time before he goes back to work on that driver just ahead of him. So we'll see where they all find themselves. They come up the hill to turn number 11 and across the line. One lap, the warm-up lap going into the books, finding some gaps somewhere on the racetrack here, coming across. That looked to be Ian Quinn, actually, the QG3 karting and the Ohio Kart Parts. Borellard, I believe, maybe just Ohio Kart Parts, the main sponsor for Quinn here this weekend in the 986. He's had some top 15 level pace in Orlando, but some bad luck plagued him a little bit. We're watching him and Haynes nose to tail headed through turns 5 and 6. We talked about how once you get onto the racetrack, you can build your own gap. You can work together. If you want to back off and find a dancing partner like these two have, you can. Ultimately, Dalton Haynes, well, he wants to at least lead the way if they're going to work together, and so he'll go by him in turn 8, and they'll put one lap in the books at the line. And a few more drivers are just up the road from them, so we'll wait to see where the times do shake out. First couple laps going in. Peyton Phillips going to go to 10th. Aiden Rudolph to 7th. Two quick drivers here that'll go a little bit faster. Here's Rudolph up the hill, looking for his second full-speed lap. Third lap clocked on the ticker. Rudolph across the line goes to 3rd. Only 3/10 off of Jeremy Fletcher with 1 lap to go.
Colin Lloyd also finds himself inside the top 10, goes to P7. Peyton Phillips now finds himself in the 6th position. Fastest driver from this group, Aiden Rudolph, holding on to P3. Looks like he's about 3/10 off Jeremy Fletcher on their second flying lap. He's going to have one more to try to make an attempt as we watch again Dalton Haynes in that bright blue top cart. I don't know if he was trying to work the draft. He was able to get around the gentleman in front of him. But he decided to fall back. Maybe he's trying to work the toe to his advantage. That's a high-risk move, especially in the stacked class where there's 68 carts. That's a one-way ticket to go to the LCQ if you don't play it right. Looking down through the rest of the field, Phillips, again, second fastest in this group, P6. Dalton Haynes goes into 7th on his final lap. Finds himself at a 50.3 for the moment. Aiden Cruz knocks him off the pedestal. Connor Ferris goes to P7. Aiden Rudolph goes to P2. Again, not fast enough, about 2/10 off of Jeremy Fletcher. Peyton Phillips now does another fast lap, finds himself up into 4th. Nicholas Terlecki, and also a heavy hitter here in the K100, finds himself in P12. All these drivers are very well distributed throughout the field. Not a lot of drivers able to try to make a crack at Jeremy Fletcher. We still have one more group to go, the fast group this afternoon as the checkered flag is out. Keeping an eye on the top 10 to see if there's any more big movers. Dalton Haynes on the bubble in the top 10, finds himself in the 10th spot. Braden Daly finds himself in P3. Peyton Phillips, P4. Alex D'Amelio finds himself in P5. And Colin Haynes is currently in the 6th position.
Yeah, Byron Daly, Jeremy Fletcher, two drivers from previous groups that have held strong with their laps. Daly out of Group C, Jeremy Fletcher out of the initial group. Aiden Rudolph here in Group B looking good. You've still got quick drivers to come here. Aiden Levy, Paulie Massimino, Brandon Lemke, Alex Stanfield, Chase Hand, Tyler Wettengel, Diego Ramos, Jake Walker, all still to come in the 68 driver grid. They're getting set to go green here and work. We'll see where they all land. Massimino never really does double duty too much besides when the race comes to his home racetrack. John Burke as well in the 974 could be a driver to watch. Weston Workman back in the seat on the national scene. Haven't seen him all the way back from the U.S. Pro Kart Series event here last year, as he's been putting a lot of effort and successfully so into his car racing program, running a good bit of the Spec MX5 Cup Series and the Lucas Oil School of Racing Formula Ford Series as well. Here they come down the back straightaway. Alex Stanfield will lead the field onto the circuit. Tyler Wettengel in the red speed, then Aiden Levy was 3rd quickest in final practice. There's Brandon Lemke. There's John Burke in the Super 2 Tony Kart. Austin Jers, his rookie debut in the senior class, 6th in final practice. Massimino there, and the rest of the pack coming through. There's Chase Hand. Here's Workman on by. We'll pick up Alex Stanfield in the Team Felon and GWR Tony Kart as he heads through turn number 9. And that guy, obviously, a hot streak forming for Alex Stanfield. Wins at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, a front runner, and wins at the SCUSA Pro Tour. Wins at the U.S. Pro Kart Series in Orlando. Since he's come back to the seat, he has been a force to be reckoned with at the front of the field. It's no surprise he was quickest in final practice here today. Alex Stanfield takes them up the hill.
Again, that first lap, always a wash. It's going to be lap 3 and 4, and we see all the most competitive laps starting to come out. Jeremy Fletcher has held on to the pole position since group number 1, and I think if anyone's going to be able to tack him off that top spot, it's going to come from this group. Rest of the field still making their way around. Some heavy hitters keep an eye out for. Race Liberante, obviously the fastest driver himself. trying to see if I can find him on track. Alex Stanfield's going to be fast. Brandon Lemke, there he is. He is going to be one driver to keep out from. He's coming off of the win, or sorry, not the win, but a very competitive run down in Orlando in the USPKS Pro Kart Challenge.
Out of the final corner here, Stanfield looking to try and work towards the U.S. Pro Kart Series KA Senior Championship here. And his second lap will not do him much justice. Goes to 20th, or his first full speed lap goes to 20th. Decent start, but Brandon Lemke goes quicker, as does Aiden Levy. They split Alex Murray and Alex Doncho. We look further up the order. That's as high as any of those guys are going to go here on lap 2, besides Tyler Wettengel, the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver. Blisteringly quick here to start the session. Here's a good look down the back straightaway. We'll pick up Weston Workman. He's got a closely trailing teammate, I believe, in the Timmy Tech camp. I'll have to identify that one here in just a second. But Workman going by, maybe. Right now, he's pretty far down the lineup here as we've finally got laps for everybody. Nick Bruckner, again, a late pullout here this weekend. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the 964 in action. Matthew Mockabee, Trevor Watson get to turn a lap. And Tyler Wettengel in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed on his second lap. Still with one more lap to come. Goes quicker than Fletcher. Paulie Massimino will go fast as well. Not quicker than the 933, though. And it is Tyler Wettengel on top. Massimino, Fletcher, Levy, Rudolph, the top 5 here with one lap remaining in qualifying.
John Burke and Chase Hand, both drivers able to find themselves inside the top 10, 6th and 7th respectively. Alex Stanfield also finds himself in the top 10 and 9th. Peyton Phillips from the 3rd group holding on to the 10th position as there is still one lap left for these drivers from Group 4 to try to throw down a fast one. You can see there's
Wettengel headed to the final corner, trailing Alex Stanfield. We talked to Austin Garrison, his teammate in Speed Concepts Racing, about how good it is to have a rabbit to chase. Well, it just got Wettengel in his own 10th of a second zone. 49.780 on the final lap for Tyler Wettengel. Paulie Massimino still to come here. One of the final drivers to cross the stripe will be the 980. Trying to find him here as he climbs the hill. Massimino yet to cross. When will he come? One lap still to go for the last few drivers. Final chance to knock off. There goes Ramos across the line. And it looks like it won't be anything. I think Massimino maybe even pulled in on that lap because only 3 laps scored for the 980 RPM Tony Kart driver. And it will score him second. Jeremy Fletcher out of the slow group, proving you can get it done if you've got the pace. Holds on to 3rd. Levy 4th. Burke 5th. Chase Hand 6th. Let's go through the rest of the run order here, shall we, to give you an idea of where everybody shook on out after qualifying was all said and wrapped here for your KA100 seniors. Again, Tyler Wettengel puts it on the pole over Massimino, Fletcher, Levy, and Burke. Chase Hand in his rookie senior season, 6th out of a 68 driver grid. Then it is Aiden Rudolph, Alex Stanfield, Will Robusto, Byron Daly. Rounds out the top 10, an impressive run for the local driver here. Jeremy Fletcher joins us in the booth. Come on, Jeremy, we got to talk to you a little bit. Put a headset on. Let's chat with you really quickly because you were in the hot seat for quite a bit. I wish we would have had you for those final few sessions, watching those lap times and seeing the nerves of whether or not you get knocked off. Ultimately, holds on for 3rd. I know obviously it was a little bit frustrating not getting that lap counting from that final practice session, but you got to be at least pretty happy to salvage a P3 result.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely great. I mean, transponder fell off, so we were in the last group, but put down a solid lap and held it. Glad I'm 3rd and ready for the pre-final. Yeah,
you should be good for Sunday. Now you got to do it all over again. That's the one unfortunate part here, qualifying on Friday. You got to do it out of the slow group. Do you think there's a big advantage because we're qualifying so late in the day? The track's already so developed of going to that fast group, maybe less than what we normally see of qualifying in the morning?
I mean, I'm surprised. There really wasn't a big difference between. I mean, I think Wettengel got me by a 10th. That's it. So, I mean, I don't really like the qualifying on both days because you could have a bad day on Friday and not get 2 good results for quali. But other than that, happy to be here.
Good deal. Well, Jeremy Fletcher in the GWR Tony Kart feeling strong. P3 here for Sunday qualifying. We'll let you go, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Of course, we'll let Jeremy hop on out of the booth, and we will send it to a commercial break. When we come back, more racing action here to come. K100 Senior, 68 drivers. The first of 2 grids are set. We're going to go back to the top of the order. It's time to qualify for the other day of action. Saturday qualifying coming up next here live from GoPro Motorplex. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here live from GoPro Motorplex. You're watching the U.S. Pro Kart Series second round of action, and we are just getting started here with qualifying for Saturday. We already qualified for one of the days so far here. Of course, that was Sunday qualifying, just wrapped up here moments ago. The X30 Juniors now getting set to head onto the racetrack here. Two groups for the RPG X30 Pro Junior class, the first of two heading onto the racetrack, split based off of final practice. And we'll see them make their way out of the grid here. A big group in total, as we have about 40 drivers set to take the green flag for tomorrow and Sunday's action. An X30 Pro Junior puts us about 18 to 20 drivers in each of the qualifying sessions. And again, they're on the racetrack now here. My name's Xander Columbus. If you're just joining us, alongside me, Caleb Smock. And while we get ready for the X30 Juniors, let's send it over, because we're going to get set here to talk to our top qualifier in KA100 Senior, Tyler Wettengel. What a performance he was able to put on down. Let's send it over to Jenna. She's caught up with our fastest driver out of 68 in KA100 Senior. Jenna?
First driver out of 68. That's a huge field, and you're here at home. How do you feel?
Feels awesome. You know, the speed, power, and just overall with Kevin and Mike, Austin, Tony. I mean, the amount of work that's been done to be able to do something like this it's finally paying off. And with the OTKs and everything's just so dialed in at the moment. But we're gonna have a really good shot over the weekend. We got another qualifying to go, but overall, just really proud of the guys and keep going.
Yeah, you get to sleep in your own bed and then come track to race. What are you hoping for going into this weekend? How do you think the results are going to play out?
I mean, it's definitely going to be tight. The whole top 10 has a chance to win it at the end of the day. I mean, it's going to be a matter of just making the right moves at the end of the day. But the speed's there for everybody, and it's just going to be about making us one smart move at a time. But, no, I'm really excited to start it off like this.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Tyler Wettengel here for joining us. And, again, he will be starting at the front of not all 68 at the same time. At least he's got half of them at the helm for the split pre-finals. But we've got X30 Pro Junior on the racetrack now here for qualifying. Caleb here, a couple laps already coming in. Parker DeLong, Leonardo Scorpioni, Aiden Lorenco, Beckham Jasir, Alexander Chartier, Yal Vagara, Davis Cunningham, Oliver Piatek, Charlie Steins, and Fernando Luque. The top 10, 2 laps in, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, huge shout-outs to the mechanics. I don't think anyone realizes how much pressure they're under. When you do back-to-back to qualifying like this, you got to go back, make any changes the drivers want, and the biggest thing is changing over tires. If you only have a certain set of rims, you got to be quick when it comes to the tire switch. You got to get the car back on track, back on grid before making the way out on track. Top 10 in the books right now that Xander just went through. Lap number 3 just now coming in. Looks like not a lot of changes up towards the front. Still a Scorpioni out in front. And here come the changes. Caleb Campbell bumps his way into the top 10. Fernando Luque now making his way up into P number 8. Parker DeLong still holds on into P2. And I believe Charlie Steins got bumped way down the order as he finds himself in the 10th position. Another Hoosier native making his way out on track. We got Lida back in the booth. What are your thoughts so far as qualifying goes on?
Well, it's interesting to see. This is now the second session for these guys. The first group for Saturday qualifying still have had the chance to sort of see how their car handled going into the first qualifying session, make some necessary adjustments. Obviously, this is the slower group of the two, but certainly still a group that has a lot of fast people. And you're seeing already, I mean, a 48.9, breaking the 49 second bracket by Escarponi is a really good lap to do. And I think you're going to see a lot of these guys maybe making adjustments and getting back up towards the front as we head into Saturday.
Checkered flag is out. A Scorpioni is on provisional pole. Parking along, still P2. Gavin White running in the 3rd position. Beckham Jakar running in P number 4, and Aiden Lorenko running in the 5th position. So obviously when the second group goes out, probably going to shake up the field just a little bit. What advice would you give someone who's about to go out? You already did Group 1. Track is only getting hotter. What would you tell before they go out for qualifying number 2 for Saturday?
Well, first off, looking at it from a driver's standpoint, I'm always one that wants to know the time that the group ahead of me does. It's really important. Sort of get yourself in the right mindset, know what you have to do, and then second off, just sort of stay in rhythm. Make sure from the first lap you're making sure get the tires up to temperature, don't overdrive it. Make sure that from lap 1 you've got a plan and you can execute and have a really smooth and fast run.
I think that's been one thing that we've been seeing is people trying to not only make sure that they're staying consistent, but also that they have enough gap on track. We've seen when it came time, I believe it was the KA junior class that was on field, there was a couple of drivers that found themselves nose to tail, bunched up a little bit. Dalton Haynes was trying to play the toe factor to see if he couldn't try to get a little bit of an edge going down on the straightaways. Found himself in X30 just outside the top 10. So definitely a whole lot of different strategies going into factor of 1. Group number 2 engines are just fired. They're about to make their way out on track. Again, Leonardo Scorpioni is trying to hold on to the top position. And we're about to get underway here shortly with another interview. It looks like we got Nathan Cicero down on camera. Oh, never mind. We're going to give it just another 5 or 10 minutes to watch these drivers making their way out on track, trying to get that top coating of the rubber, beat it off before they make their way going out. Now, Emery, something we were talking about is tire factors. Now, there's that protective coating that goes along the top of the tire. You have to make sure you scrub it off before you go. How crucial is it the first lap to make sure you do that?
Oh, it's really important. I mean, if you get to lap 2 and your tires are already still have that shine on it or they're completely cold, it's going to be rough to go through the rest of the session, get enough temperature into them, set a fast one on the third lap. And so you're not really looking for pure speed on the first lap, but just making sure the tires are in the right window. You've got a comfortable rhythm, and you're really sort of looking to just maximize what you have. Also, like you mentioned, having a good gap is going to be really important, especially in these X30 classes where it's kind of a little bit more dependent on just getting a clean, fast lap in.
And we're going to take a quick break from here. We're going to sit it down. Jenna Tommy is going to talk to Nate Cicero. Jenna?
Learn going into this one.
We need to make a little bit less mistakes on my end. The lap wasn't very good, and we're still in the top 10 thereabouts. So I'll do a little bit better on my part. We're gonna change one minor thing on the cart, and we'll send it out for the next one.
Yeah, minor setup. Is there anyone who you follow when you're on track that you're like, this person has a really good line, this person knows what they're doing?
Normally Ryan. He's probably the best or one of the best out there. I try to mix it up with him, especially in NOLA. Again, we were the top 2, so he's normally someone pretty consistent to follow. Yeah, and Hayden was really good here last year. So,
how's the rest of your testament going?
Yeah, it's been really good. I think we're all up there. So, they're having a good weekend.
Yeah, hoping for a good result from the RPG train this weekend. Thanks, Nate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. As we're going to switch back over to qualifying. Again, that conversation with Nate Cicero, one of the Rollins Performance Group's karts. He was my #1 pick for driver. Is going to be considered the dark horse, but I think he still has got a good chance at it. Leonardo Scorpioni still finds himself out in front as the fastest driver, but the rest of the field stacking up. Caleb Gaffera, who's had a great run here in the winter season, finds himself into P2. Sebastian Weldon up into P3. Parker DeLong 4th. Gavin Witt rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at Caleb Gaffera. Again, one of the guys under the RPG 10 as he goes purple, as I said, with a 48.511. Really, he's had a really successful start to the year under the tent. Has really shown a lot of speed in both K and X30, but particularly in X30 this year, you're really seeing a lot of raw talent out of him. I mean, we've seen him on the national scene for years now, making the switch from Breller over to Rollins Performance Group in the last year, and you've really seen the results fall as he goes P1, followed by Christian Miles, Sebastian Weldon, Max Garcia, and Aiden Ingrata.
And again, Caleb Gaffera is who we are watching right now. Kart number 704 making the way out of the inside bowl up towards that quick left-right chicane. He is the fastest kart on track, but he still has this final lap to see if he can't improve anymore. Christian Myers finds himself into P2, and Sebastian Weldon in the 3rd position. Down across the line for the final time, Caleb Gaffera will improve, but can it hold? He goes a 48.4. Christian Miles still has his final lap. He is currently P2. Aiden Ingrata just locked in his final lap. He is maintaining that 3rd position. So we're still waiting. Myers comes across. Not fast enough. Christian Miles maintains 2. Aiden Ingrata in P3. Sebastian Weldon 4th. Max Garcia is going to find himself in the 5th position. Ernesto Riviera just got bumped. Here comes Hudson Schwartez. Finds himself in 6th. So there's still a handful of karts still yet to come across the line, and I think it's safe to say that Caleb Graffera is going to hold on to provisional pole, as this is going to, believe, wrap up the rest of qualifying here for the X30 Pro Junior. X30 Pro Senior, Master, about to make their way out next. Running order of the unofficial results are now coming across the board. Anything you want to add here for anything the viewers should know back at home?
Just a lot of the same results as we saw in Sunday qualifying. One thing to note, Sebastian Weldon had a really good qualifying in the first one. He starts 4th as well in this one. A lot of good names here. Julian DaCosta back in 11th is going to be one to watch. And really, just looking down the top 10, you've got a lot of young guys like Max Garcia getting their first taste of junior, and he's put in an excellent result to put himself into P5. So just a really good group of X30 juniors here.
I would 100% agree with that. Now we got the X30 Masters, 20 drivers in total about to make their way out on track. I believe they sent them out in one go. Let's go down through the running order here. Evan Batt, another Hoosier, finds his way down here into North Carolina. Scotty Roberts also had a good season in the winter season, now finds himself running in the spring. Miguel Meyer also up in the mix. Rob Meyer, Mario Barros, some drivers to keep an eye out for. Scott Kopp, about to get our Masters going underway here shortly. There's a beautiful view of the track here. There's the main stretch followed by the intersections of the corner. We're going to stay on here as we're going to get these guys fired up shortly. There's a beautiful shot. You can see them sitting in their carts about to go out underway.
Now you're ready to go.
The front row about to make their way out is Donalo Romalo and Scotty Meyer. Sitting up in the front two positions. They were some of the fastest karts during practice. Oh, this ought to be interesting. We got two down up for an interview, and it looks like we got Jenna Tommy with our very own Kendall Hedge about to do an interview. Kendall, take it away.
Kendall, take it away. Kendall, take it away. How's it going so far? It's been going pretty good. This mic is new, so we're still trying to figure that out. But how is it driving through that massive pack of karts in KA?
It's actually really fun. I really like being here. This track usually isn't my friend. I've had a lot of accidents here, so coming back here and running good times and improving all day long is kind of what it's all about right now.
Is this the track that you had your massive concussion at?
Oh, yeah. You know, right in that turn, I went through, like 2 sets of barriers and then broke the chain link fence at the end of it and then was, like, dead.
Well, I hope you didn't die, because that'd be kind of concerning. But how do you get through that mental block of, oh my gosh, I had this massive crash. It was pretty traumatic in a way. How do you get back on track and deal with it?
So mainly it's just kind of taking time and like relieving a lot of stress, kind of go after that and just kind of go from slaps.
Well, we are glad you're here. I miss you working for us, but I'm glad you're racing this week.
I'll be back.
Thanks, Kendall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna, and thank you, Kendall. The two names I always get mixed up the most here at Kart Chasers. The engines are now fired for our X30 Masters. Are about to make their way out on track. Again, Donalo Romalo and Scotty Roberts are the two drivers that are currently lined up, and we're ready to go. Engines are fired. We're about to get them going underway. Again, 4 laps is the make or break. Now, we were talking tire pressures is also crucial. Do you feel, obviously you feel the rubber finally starts to come in, but do you feel when the tires are ready to set when you're going out there on track?
For sure. I mean, you see, especially with MG Reds, which I have a lot more experience with running the KA, you see it takes a lap or two to firm them to go in. It's like something clicks. You go really high in the pressures, you'll kind of get that a little bit earlier. You go on low in the pressure, sometimes you have to kind of just ease it in. But certainly, I mean, with these yellows, it's a little bit more drastic, I would say. And, I mean, it's interesting in qualifying because you have to go a little bit higher just so because you only have those 3 hot laps. But at the same time, if you go too high and you slide them, they're going to be cooked, and you're not going to be able to recover that for the rest of the session.
Yeah, that, and you don't really see it a whole lot, but if you have to get on the blinders and maybe flat spot a tire, which I know I've done once or twice, you can feel it kind of like clicking in the back of the cart, and you just know for the rest of the lap, so you're probably not in for a good run. Hopefully we don't see that out today, but the X30 Masters now making the way out on track. Again, Scotty Roberts led the field out next to Mario Barrios and Donalo Romalo. Let's see if these guys can't put in a good run. Now, when we say X30 Masters, yes, it's an older class, but typically these guys, you think, they all got jobs on Monday. They know they've had their experience of fun, but they also put on a good show. They're always really close.
Oh, yeah. I mean, X30 Masters has produced some of the more fun racing we've seen over the last couple of years. Certainly, these guys have raced against each other quite a bit. I mean, I look at guys like Scotty Roberts, Scott Kopp. These guys have raced each other for years now. They know each other better than probably anyone else. And, I mean, you're going to see some chaos with them racing, I guarantee you. Might not always be the most chaotic pre-finals, but once it gets final time, once you get to the last couple of laps, a lot of times there's some crazy fights that go down.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to probably see a very much of a calm race up until we get to Saturday and Sunday, but right now qualifying is underway. Lap number 1 has just got put down again. We're going to see times drop by about 6 to maybe even 7 seconds to figure out what these guys can actually put down. Right now, Mario Barrios finds himself in P2. Looks like Renato David finds himself up in P1. Scott Kopp in P4. Donal Armalo in P3. Scotty Roberts finds himself in P number 5. For the moment, Scotty Roberts just goes purple with a 48.9.
Yeah,
David, you go ahead.
Yeah, Scott Kopp ended up on pole last time around. He's P5 so far through 2 laps. Again, it's going to take a little bit of time for these guys to get up to their maximum speed. I'd expect a time in the mid to low 48s to be fastest time, and so far Scott Roberts is well on his way to doing that.
Yeah, Scott Roberts has a lot of experience. He came from starting in Rotax and running down the Florida Winter Series, changing over to the KA and VLR system. He has a lot of experience in the single clutch 125cc. Now he finds himself running a Masters, going down to see if there's other big names that maybe haven't put in a fast lap yet. Still 2 drivers, Frank Rucco and Kim Caparelli finds himself just now completing their 2nd lap. So now 2 laps are in. This is when the times start to drop. 3 and 4 is when it's crucial. Scotty Roberts just came across, and he gets bumped down to 2nd. Mario Barrios goes purple. He is the fastest car on track with a 48.6. White flag is out for everyone now. So they got 1 more lap to try to throw down a heater to see if they can't make their way onto that pole position. Rob Meyer finds himself now inside the top 10 in 6th with a 48.8. Times right now, 48.6, 48.6, and then it's a 48.8 from 3rd place to Scotty Roberts all the way down until 10th, where we get to Mudney, a lawyer, who is running a 48.89, the last one of the 48s. So very tight and competitive field so far here with your master driver, so don't let that word tear you away. They may be older, but that just means that they're more experienced. Danny Robertson finds himself now in 13th, and Nala Armalo gets bumped back to 3rd. Mario Barrios goes up into P2. Scotty Roberts finds himself in 4th. And again, Scott Roberts in P5, Rob Meyer rounding out 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty deep field of X30 Masters compared to what we've seen in the past. I mean, obviously, you've got names like Laurencio Mardan all the way down in 8th. You've got Ryan Castor in the top 10, a local driver. Miguel Muir down in the field. A lot of fast guys, but currently it's a time of 48.624 by Renato David. MP1, Mario Barrios, another guy out of the RPG tent, NP2, really comfortable rounds here. And obviously, I mean, you're just seeing the top 10. A lot of good names here, very close field spread, only 3 tenths between the top 10. I mean, really, it's anyone's game, and you can see that there's been a lot of shakeup in the field over the last, compared to what we saw in the Sunday qualifying session.
Yeah, checker flag is out. Everyone has come across the final corner. You can see the rest of the field still making their way around. Why don't you go down the running order for the top 10?
All right, so we got Renato David with a 48.624, putting it on pole. Mario Barrios MP2 for RPG with a 48.633. Martin Stone MP3. Danilo Ramallo MP4. Rob Meyer MP5. Scott Kopp in P6. Scott Roberts back in P7. Ryan Castor in P8. Laurencio Mardan down in P9. And Evan Batt rounds out the top 10. All of them within 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, it's really close times. Typically something that you'd see maybe just a little bit closer when you get into senior, but still very close times indeed for a master field. Rest of the field still making the way up into the pits. I believe we're going to switch over to a quick commercial break, and then we're going to get down to some of these faster classes. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We still have qualifying yet to come.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arriving drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
And welcome back to USPKS here at GoPro North Carolina. My name is Caleb Smock. Joining the booth is Emery Lida. Emery, what are you thinking so far?
So far, it's been really interesting to see how the track has evolved. You've seen a lot of fast times being laid. I mean, I look at it in the X30 Pro category. You're right on the verge of 46s. You've got guys in the KA category in the mid to high 49s. I mean, you look at this past class, looking at X30 Masters, mid 48s. Like, these are times that are up to 2 to 3 tenths quicker than what we've seen on the national scene at this track in the past couple of years. So, I mean, track has a lot of grip. It's perfect temperatures for kart racing. You've seen grids so far through the first couple qualifying sessions that are similar to what we saw in the Sunday qualifying session, but certainly a lot of fast times being laid down by a lot of drivers.
Now we're about to get underway here with one of the first of the 2 kiddo classes. This is the Mini Swift. Who are some drivers you'd be looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to start with Keelan Harvick. I believe he set it on pole on the Sunday session. Beyond that, though, I mean, you've got a good host of national guys coming in with a lot of experience. Maybe Vivek Kantham put it on inside the top 5 after having to go through one of the slower groups. You've also got guys like Lucas Palacio, who's made a mark locally here as well as on the national scene. Jack Iliff is another one, really has come on strong as of late the last year or so. Kai Johnson's another really strong name. And then you look more towards some of the underdog local names, like a guy like Carter McMurray, who last time we were here at USPKS put it inside the top 3 in qualifying before ultimately kind of fading back here in the day. But he's another guy who's going to be really fast and someone to watch as the weekend evolves.
Yep, we do now have engines fired. 44 karts are about to make their way onto field. I believe they split this up into 3 groups. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong, as we're about to watch group number 1 make their way out on track. Well, leading the way is going to be kart number 151, who I will get with you shortly. That is going to be Thomas Chrisman is going to lead the way next to the 126. That is going to be the pilot of Caprice Andras is going to start. It's right now they're registered 27th position overall from practice times. So it's going to be interesting to see. These kiddos always put on a good show. I was talking about it before, how they may be young, but the level of maturity that they have as a driver, just the racecraft that they have, is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing a really good mix of guys this year. I mean, you've got a lot of guys that have been in the cadet categories for a few years now. Guys like Carson Weinberg have had a lot of experience in this class. And then you've got other guys that are just making the move up from micro. Think Lucas Palacio, Keelan Harvick. And all of those guys are mixing it up at the front. You've got a really good, lot of talented drivers out there, a whole mixture of different teams. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch this category evolve over the course of the season, because I'm sure you're going to see some guys that as they get their feet wet in the regular cadet category, in sort of the senior rank compared to the micro category, you're going to see some of those guys get better racecraft, continue to mix it up at the front, and ultimately improve over the course of the season.
And that's one thing about this class is that you're learning here. This isn't masters. This isn't senior. This is how you develop as a driver. You learn how you can race with different people. Obviously, people don't race the same. You can get behind someone, know maybe they brake a little bit sooner and get on the throttle sooner. Maybe they are a full sender and they get on the blinders right in the middle of the corner. That's the stuff you learn to pick up on in these younger classes. Always shows for some good racing as they are now making the way around for the first couple of laps here. Again, lap 1 is going to be a wash. That's where you try to burn the rubber off the tire, get them up to temp. That's been the name of the game all qualifying day long here on Friday. We saw that in the qualifying for Sunday. Now we're about to see that for the qualifying for Saturday. Thomas Chrisman was the first one across the track, across the line, went a 1:00.6. Those times are only going to drop. That is 100% a wash for all drivers. Martin Ramirez finds himself up into P number 3 right now. Paul Hart into P4. Mateo Caldron finds himself into P7. Devin Waltz now cracks the top 10 and goes into P6. Race Beckman out into CRG finds himself in P number 5.
Yeah, in this Swift category, it's one of those things where you're going to really find a lot of different sort of approaches to qualifying. Obviously, getting a draft in these sort of smaller engine categories is really important. I think you can see a lot of gain from those. But also just in general, I mean, they're MG Red tires. You have 4 of the smaller tires. It takes a little bit longer for them to get heat into it. And, I mean, if you overdrive them again, you're going to be in trouble as you get through the rest of the session. So it's interesting to see. And obviously, a lot of these kids, it's kind of their first few attempts at getting experience at qualifying at a national level. So it's kind of things to learn there, having to go through the three-lap format. But I mean, they adapt quickly. You certainly learn a lot over your first few events. And I mean, just look at the talent in this category. A lot of guys that can put down a lot of fast laps in the sessions.
That has been the name of the game. And someone here we are watching on with now is 151 of Thomas Chrisman, making the way through the double left-hander. You can see there's the barrier that's been causing a lot of problems for some drivers. Earlier in the day, I think I saw 4 drivers in practice just smack the barrier head on. Do you think that's going to be a factor when we get into the race?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the barriers they have out here, not fun to hit. Certainly, I mean, the ones through turn 2, turn 6, and turn 11 are probably the 3 that really catch people out just because of the fact that you tend to get as much as you can, especially in qualifying. You're trying to get use as much of the track as possible, and if you step over the line just a little bit, you hit one of those barriers. That's an axle bent. That could potentially be a frame tweaked. A lot of things you can do from that. So I expect over the weekend you're going to see more of those guys doing that, especially when you're pushing like in a setting like qualifying.
Lap number 3 has been completed. The white flag is now out, so these are the times that are going to be competitive. Brosen Krustas finds himself up in P number 1, and there's Devin Walls is going to bump him out. He has one more lap, and he just went purple with a 54.256. Again, the first lap out, they were all in the 100s. I think there was only one driver in the 59s, but he now finds himself up on pole position. Race Beckman, the only Kart in a CRG, finds himself in P4. Caprice Andras finds himself in P number 5. Already it's been a tight field, and we still have the rest of the field yet to go.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Honestly, the time of a 54.2, I expect that to be somewhere in the range of the 20s. I mean, obviously, you want to look and see how it evolves, but the first session, guys were well into the 53s, a low 53-1 pole in the last session, I believe, and I think you're going to see, as people come across on this session, they're going to improve probably into the high 54s, 53s if I had to guess, but obviously, I mean, this is the first group. You still have 2 more to go. You still have a lot of fast names to go, but it's nice to see a benchmark being set. And I feel like you're going to see, as the sessions go on, the times are going to get quicker and quicker.
The checkered flag is out. I believe that is all the drivers getting the final laps. Devin Waltz is going to be on provisional pole. As you just said before, it's only going to get faster from here. 53s is where you want to be. As we can see, there's some drivers still yet to come. Oliver Weldon is a big name up in the field. Travis Petit, another driver that's going to be a heavy hitter. And there is your top 15. That is going to be your top 11. We're out on track. So from we get to Thomas Chrisman was the last driver to go out. Down is the rest of the field that's still yet to come. Kai Johnson, Carter McMurray, Jackson Tovo, all heavy hitters along with Isaac Malcutt. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get going with group number 2 of 4 here for your mini Swifts. Don't go anywhere, and make sure you stay tuned. And welcome back to USPKS rounds number 3 and 4 here in beautiful GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina, just outside of Charlotte. Here is group number 2 now making the way around again. They're in their first lap, which is going to be a wash. Once we get to laps 2, 3, and 4, that is when we get down to the fast times. Jackson Tovo finds himself out on track along with Vivek Katian finds himself in 15th position, also just turned their first lap. Max Christie also up into the mix. So we got plenty of heavy hitters still yet to come. Trying to see if there's any more that are going to come across. Sarah Bradley also in the mix. So the bottom of the timing sheet from about 12th down, where it says that they've all done one lap. Those are the drivers who are currently on track right now. It's going to be 11 drivers. We got 4 groups of 11. And then when we get down to the final groups is the fastest ones from practice. Once we get done with 4, that is going to set the starting lineup for Saturday's feature.
Yeah, and so far it's interesting looking at the top few guys in this class. They've all sort of played a little bit of a game on the opening lap and gotten themselves into drafting position. I look at Vivek Hantham as one of the examples of a guy that really kind of dropped back in order to get himself into a draft. You look at other guys like Tovo in that group as well, sort of playing the game, and obviously it works a little bit better here in Swift, and you need that draft to be able to be up at the front, so it could potentially provide a lot of benefit. But at the same time, you put yourself back there with 3 other karts, you also run the risk of each other kind of ruining each other's laps. So it's interesting to see how that plays out. We're seeing the first representative laps being set right now. I mean, no one's gone quicker than a 54.4 with Max Christea being in P5, but certainly those lap times are going to drop. Already a pretty good start to the session for these guys.
Yeah, already see a 4-pack making the way around. As you were saying before, it could be very beneficiary, but at the same time it could cost you. Personally, I never like the fact of running in a draft pack when it comes to timing like this. All it takes is the first guy out in front to mess up one corner, and then your lap's done for that lap. You got to be perfect the next one, especially when it comes down to it where you almost only have 2 laps to set a fast time. And it looked like the fastest there for a moment was Sarah Bradley, who finds herself now in the 10th position. Rest of the field coming across to make lap number 3. There is Vivek Kathian finding himself up in the first position. Max Christie finds himself in P3. Devin Walls still holding on to P2. Landon Bauer finds himself in 4th. P5 is going to go. Nope, there it is again. There's another bump. Sarah Bradley goes to pole position. Goes a 53.961. First one in the second group of Mini Swift. First one overall for the Saturday feature practice or qualifying. Finds himself on pole in the 53s. Now I have a feeling that time is only going to drop. Trying to see if there's any more shakeups in the top 10. Michael McMurray McGaley finds himself up into P7. Jackson Tovo finds himself inside the top 8 in P number 9. And Nathan Hawley finds themselves in P10. So still about one more lap. And there's the checkered flag. This is when we get down to the nitty-gritty.
And so far you see Alan Bonilla Espinosa gets into the 53s on that final lap, goes P1 with a 53.666. Vivek Hantham in P2, Gian Mateo Rousseau, Jackson Tovo, all 4 of those guys in that one draft up at the front. Go P1 through 4 on their last laps. Sarah Bradley still to come is going to be one to watch. I believe she's about to cross the line, and she does a 53.631, goes to the top of the charts, just barely beating out the other 4 guys that were in that draft and end up being P2 through P5 with some pretty good times in the mid to upper 53s.
There is your top 15 as they sit. Now we're going to go through the rest of the field. I'll give you an exact number. Top 22 are all drivers that have turned a lap so far. So from 23rd all the way down to 44 are still yet to run. You can see some of the heavy hitters. Kai Johnson, Jack Iliff, Keelan Harvick, Rise Bowman, Carter McMurray, Lucas Palacio, Gabriel Balog, all quick drivers here so far on the National Series. Once we get down to that, I think is when the times are really going to drop. They already got down to the 53s. Sarah Bradley, provisional pull right now out of group number 2. So group 3, this is going to be from 23 down to 33. And after that, we're going to go from 33 to 44. And that's when we have the fastest drivers from Saturday. There's the rest of the drivers. That is going to be the second fastest group sitting in their carts waiting to see some mechanics stand next to them, nervously have their hand on the hips. All the work that goes into making them be able to go out on track. Obviously, changing tires is probably one of the biggest ones.
Yeah. Yeah, and for sure, just looking at the grid, I mean, you've got a lot of fast people in this group, but certainly from group 1 or from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2, going from those sessions with only about an hour and change in between them, you're going to see minimal time to make adjustments, and obviously some of that's gone into changing tires and whatnot, but certainly, I mean, qualifying is one of the most nerve-wracking points of the weekend because you can qualify either P5, you're looking really good, or you can be 25th in this type of field, and then your whole weekend's basically just kind of at a lottery at that point. So there's a lot that goes into it. A lot of time to be nervous, and with this many fast cars and how competitive it is. I mean, I look at Vivek Hantham in the first group, was all the way up in P3, I believe, in the Sunday qualifying. And in this group, he wasn't even fastest in his home group, and he's got 2 more to go. So in some ways, the guys that are sitting on the sideline that have already completed that first couple those first 2 runs, and having to watch and see what the other guys can run in this upcoming 2 sessions, it's even more nerve-wracking. So really, there's just nerves all around, and given the way that USPKS has put the format together this year, you have 2 qualifying sessions in one day. You get the opportunity to make those adjustments, but at the same time, you're just kind of shooting at the dark for that second session, just hoping that the things that you changed and the setup you had for the first one works out all right.
I'll tell you one thing, too, is no one wants to go to the LCQ for Last Chance Qualifier. Everyone wants to at least put it in the show before it comes time to the main event, and that is when it comes down to crunch time right now. You're talking about setup changes, shooting into the dark. Let's hope that no one has to do that, because when it comes down to the LCQs, while they are entertaining, it's also heartbreaking knowing that if you're not in the transfer spot, you've got to go home early.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want to go all the way here, go through the whole efforts of getting things together for a weekend, run the whole weekend, and then not even get a chance to race in the finals. So, I mean, just looking at it, and obviously this class is one with 44 carts. There's a lot of opportunity to start really all the way throughout the field. You're going to have opportunities throughout the weekend, but, I mean, this is probably the most important session they've had to date so far. It's going to set the tone for tomorrow, the lineup for tomorrow, and if you start in that 20th, in those 20th to 30th, you're going to be in a rough spot heading into the pre-final on Saturday.
Here's a live look of the grid right now. You can see some mechanics that are checking their phones, checking the tire gauge. If you can zoom in enough, you can see what pressures they're running, although I didn't tell you that. They're now making their way out on track. They're going to try to space these kiddos out. They send them out one at a time. They've done a great job so far of making sure everyone has some good spacing, although somehow drivers always find a way, whether it's for tow or just for bad luck or good luck if they want that. They always find a way to catch back up to each other. Lap number 1 about to be in the books here. Again, lap number 1 is going to be a wash, and then after that, time's going to drop by 6, 7, maybe even 8 seconds. And we're going to get down, I think, into the 53s. As of right now, there's currently 6 drivers in the 53s. Sarah Bradley is the first one with the 53.6, and it looks like it's going to be Max Christie is going to be the last with the 53.996.
Yeah, and pole last time was a 52.8 by Keelan Harvick, and obviously the front runners were in the very low 53s, so I expect that time to go down some, especially on new tires. You're going to see the second qualifying session. The guys have already had an experience with the track and sort of had the opportunity to make adjustments. I would be shocked if this pole time is anything slower than a 53.0, and probably you're going to have at least 7 or 8 carts from this group end up into the mid-53s.
Well, there's a live look of what you don't want to happen if you're a mechanic. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts all bunched up, making the way out of the final corner for lap number 1. If you're a mechanic right now, would you be happy to see that for the draft, or would you be a little tense right now?
It depends on the kid, to be honest. I mean, some kids really like being in the draft and have a good nose for knowing when to sort of suck up to the cart ahead of them and when to just kind of stay back a little bit. And some kids with a little bit less experience sometimes throw it in, try to make passes in those groups. So it really depends on the driver. Me personally, both when I was driver coaching and when I've driven, I've kind of looked to make sure that whoever it is right in the draft, because I feel like your maximum potential comes in qualifying when you have the potential to have the draft of another kart, gain those couple of tenths. But I know there are some drivers that just like to have the clean air. So kind of depends on the driver, but certainly it's a little bit nerve-wracking to see a group of 6 or 7 like we see right now out there and running together.
Lap number 1 is now in the books. Again, that first lap is going to be a wash. Isaac Malka, Tyler Roberts, Max Weiland, Gabriel Balog, Oliver Weldon, all up in the mix. Carson Weinberg, Salvador Della Vecchia, also up in the mix. Lap number 2 now just hit. And it looks like the highest one so far from group number 3 is going to be Tyler Roberts, finds himself in 13th position. I have no doubt those times are going to drop even more so once you get into lap 3. Carter McMurray, also in that group, finds himself 21st. Carson Weinberg finds himself in 20th.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of the same names that had really good qualifying efforts from this group last time. Guys like Carter McMurray, Carson Weinberg, Oliver Weldon, Max Flyland as well, Asher Osteen as well. All of those guys, as well as Tyler Roberts, came from that last group and had good efforts in their first qualifying session. So it's interesting to see that pace carrying over. I mentioned earlier that Cantham was an example in the last group of someone that qualified really well for Sunday's qualifying, not so well on Saturday. And so it's one of those things where with this new format, you're going to see some of the changes and see guys that qualify up front, especially in these lower groups that can't quite replicate it coming into this session.
Lap number 3 comes across now, and it looks like it's going to be Max Weiland is going to be the fastest driver. Although I say that's probably going to get bumped up into P4 out of this group. Carter McMurray finds himself in 7th. Asher O'Costine finds himself up into P8. Going to bump Jackson Tovo down into 9th. Tyler Roberts is in the top 10. And that's going to bump Max Christie out into the 11th position. Carson Weinberg, also in this group in the CRG, finds himself up into P12. But as of now, Sarah Bradley still holds on to the pole position with a 53.61.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that the second group that just went out, they had a draft that I feel like is a little bit better formulated than this one. Obviously, you've got 6 carts. I believe that's led by Weinberg at the front of that pack. That's going to be really putting in the lap times there. It's going to, as they come on for their last lap, to see what they can put together. But you've got a lot of guys that are going to flash to the top. You see Tyler Roberts puts it at P1 with a 53.275. That's a good time. You got Tristan Murphy, Carter McMurray, Asher Osa, and Max Weiland. All of them in that group, and all of them were able to put together really good lap times that are probably going to see them up towards the front even after this next group comes up.
That was definitely a very last-second fast lap. Typically 3 and 4s when we saw the fast ones. In this one, it was in lap 4. Most of the drivers in the top 5 were ones that were in that initial tow. Carter McMurray, I know, was in it. Oliver Weldon, who finds himself in 13, also in the mix. Trying to look on the board and see. Carson Weinberg also was leading that group. Finds himself in the 12th position. So there's your top 15 just now coming across the board. Tyler Roberts, Tristan Murphy, your provisional front row with Carter McMurray and Asher Okostine finding himself on the second row. So far, we have had 33 drivers take the green for the qualifying run. Final group is about to go out next. This is going to be an interesting one. We've got Jack Iliff, Keelan Harvard, Kai Johnson, Lucas Palacio, Ethan Tovo, Ty Fisher. All been fast all season long. Final 11 about to make their way out. Engines are now fired. They're about to get this final group for Mini Swift out and underway. As they're now sitting in their carts, and they are now making the way out. Again, lap 1's going to be a wash. You think they're going to pack up like we saw before, or you think they're going to spread themselves out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first lap, you see a lot of guys, given the way that they gap them, oftentimes you're having to lay back a good 5-10 seconds just to make sure that everyone gets formulated together. And this is also something that oftentimes you'll see mechanics and drivers sort of negotiate before they get out on the track so that guys know what they're doing and they're not having to drop back in the middle of the lap and make decisions that will harm the rest of their session. So if it goes well, you can get a pack together within a lap here. If it goes wrong, sometimes you crash, sometimes you mess up and don't warm up your tires right, and it can just be a long session after that.
Tell you one thing is making sure you're consistent. It's kind of hard to do here. They got the FIA curbing, which sits a little bit higher than what you see at your typical local track. And the thing about that is when you hit it, it can either help you immensely or it can definitely upset your cart and send you the wrong way. But most of the drivers here, like I said before, they've been coming to this track for over 10 years. National level track. I think everyone here has ran here at least once. Local guys always come up and just put on a good show as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you have guys here that put 8,000 to 10,000 laps on the board. Obviously not in this session. These guys are a little bit too young for that. But generally speaking, you're talking about a track that so many people have so much experience with. It's hard to really find a big home track advantage, but the guys that have a lot of experience here that also run on the national scene oftentimes end up running up front, and they have the experience to know when not to hit the curve. They know the curves you want to hit, like the turn 2 curve, for example, and then they also know the ones that you want to avoid, and they can put those laps together lap after lap after lap. But here in qualifying, it's all about just putting together that one perfect lap, whether it be in a draft or all by yourself, and making sure that you can put yourself in a good position for the rest of the weekend.
Looking down at the time so far, it looks like Caden Jager was the fastest cart, ran a 59.469. Ethan Tovo, second fastest out of this group. Keelan Harvick in third. And again, these times are only going to drop over time. Kai Johnson also up in the mix. Jack Iliff, first one to take a crack out of it, goes into 14th on lap number 2 at 53.954. You said we estimated they're going to be in the low 53s. I would agree with that. We might even see a 52 here if those two drivers we saw earlier can hit the perfect toe.
Yeah, Harvick went on pole by almost 3/10 last session with a 52.8. I expect it to be around that time. Obviously, when you get in these qualifying sessions, you don't know what sort of draft is at play with some of these guys, and certainly the times are going to fluctuate some, but certainly to be already in the low 52s after that last group is a good place to be in, and I think you're going to see at least a few drivers challenge that 52-second mark heading into this next session, or into the end of the session.
Henry Taylor, also a big mover, finds himself in the 11th spot, ran a 53.7. And they are currently lap number 2 in. They're about to get the white flag this time by. There is Keelan Harvick making the way out of the inside hairpin, fishbowl, whatever you want to call it. Coming through the double right-hander for making the way through the final couple of corners. It's going to be interesting to see what time he can put down. Tyler Roberts, currently the provisional pole sitter, sitting at a 53.275 is the time to beat. Now across the board, Keelan Harvick goes P8 with a 53.601. And Ethan Tovo also up in the mix, goes to P7. Jack Iliff goes to 6th. Rice Bowman finds himself in the 6th position. We're going to send it down. Jenna Tommy has got an interview for us. Jenna?
Thanks, Caleb. I'm here with Tyler McIntyre. Tyler, how's your weekend been going?
It's been going all right. We qualified kind of 19th in the qualifying. Didn't really get a good last lap. Kind of made a mistake.
Yeah, so 19th, but it's still a big field. Did you learn anything or change any setup going into this qualifying?
We went a little bit low on pressure, so we went higher for this one.
Now, I asked Nate Cicero this earlier. Is there anyone you really like to follow during qualifying that has the best lap?
Not in particular, no.
Well, we hope you have a great qualifying. Thanks for talking to us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. The checkered flag is about to come out as we get our official results. Keelan Harvick currently out in front with a 53.248. Tyler Roberts, P2. Ethan Tova, P3. That is Tristan Murphy in P number 4. Lucas Palacio in P5. Carter McMurray in 6. Asher O'Costine finds himself in P7. Reese Bowman finds himself in P8. Jack Iliff, P9th. And Kalen Jager finds himself in the 10th position.
Yeah, and looking down some of the rest of the names, you've got Kai Johnson in 11th. You've got Max Flywan P12, Maxime Cron P13, Sarah Bradley P14, Henry Taylor P15, Alessandro Truchot all the way back down in P16. I expect him to be a name coming back up towards the front. Obviously a guy with a lot of experience in the cadet categories.
Looking down through the field as well, we thought they were going to get down to the 53s, but they actually stayed in the low 53s. Jenna Tommy has got another interview for us. Jenna?
I'm here with Cade Downs. Cade Downs, you were 13th in the first qualifying. I've been asking all the drivers this. Did you change anything setup or driving-wise going into this one?
Not much, just tire pressures pretty much. Trying to get a little more confident in the kart. Yeah, it's just really competitive out here today.
Yeah, what's it like racing in this big field with a lot of competitive drivers?
Yeah, I mean, it's the best drivers in the country, so yeah, just trying to get a little bit quicker. It's all so close, so yeah, that's pretty much it.
Best the country and a lot of people's home track. Should make for some good racing this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Interesting perspective to hear from some of the drivers in the senior category. Again, X30 Pro Senior is the next group to come up. We're going to have a very intense field. We're going to break them up yet again. I believe we're going to send it down to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have group number 1 going underway of X30 Pro Senior. GoPro in Mooresville, North Carolina. My name is Caleb Smock. Joining me in the booth is Emery Lida. Emery, what you thinking? You've ran in this class. You know some people in this class who are locals. Give me some predictions.
So I think looking at this first group, obviously you're going to see some of the more or less experienced names, guys that haven't been to this track quite as much. But once you get into the second group, I mean, there's just a really good mixture of both locals and guys that have done this on the national scene for quite a while. I mean, in the last session, obviously, we saw Austin Gerson returning to the seat, putting it on pole. I think he stands a good shot. We talked to Paulie Massimino earlier. He's always been up front here. A lot of laps around this place. He's going to be one to watch. And then you bring in some of the RPG guys as well. Norberg, obviously, name everyone knows. Nate Cicero's had a really good start to the year. You've got Hayden Jones, who really burst on the scene at this place last year. Even a guy like Cade Downs, who was just interviewed by Jenna, is another guy with a lot of experience around here that could spring a surprise or two in this qualifying session.
I think something to keep an eye on is we already set the qualifying for Sunday. Now it's time for Saturday. Austin Garrison set pole position. 0.5 faster than the fastest driver in the U.S. so far. That is of Ryan Nornberg. Let's see if he's going to be able to repeat. Something I think is always interesting to see when you do these back-to-back qualifying is just how much adjustments they make to it, or maybe drivers go back, look at data, figure out where they're faster at on track, where they're slower at, make improvements, and that typically changes things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Looks like we may have another interview here shortly, but we're going to watch this first lap until I am told otherwise. Again, first lap, always a wash. Green flag is out. 4 laps. You got to be perfect for all 4, as we are going to send it down to Jenna Tommy, who's got Justin Anaconas. Jenna?
Justin Anaconas, this is your rookie year and X30 senior. You're racing against some drivers you used to look up to, and now you qualified 6th. You're going to be right next to them. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. It's going to be hard to just keep my nerves down because these guys they're really good. They're some guys I looked up to for the last year, 2 years. So it's gonna be a tough race them, but I think it's gonna be pretty good. I just gotta stay calm.
Yeah, you were talking to Xander earlier that this is your favorite track. Can you tell us why?
It just ever since I first got here for the first time in junior back in 2020, it just clicked for me. Like I've always been really fast here. I've never had like a bad session here. It's just I don't know. It's kind of gets boring after a while, but it's just been a really good track for me, so it's been my favorite.
Yeah, well, your favorite track in your rookie year, and it's P6. Do you think you have the pace to stay up with the top guys?
I think we do. We went a little bit too high on pressure last qualifying, so we went a little bit lower this session. I think it should be better. We should be about where we were last qualifying, hopefully better though. Maybe top 5, somewhere up there.
Great, thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jenna. Again, Justin Anaconas, one of the younger drivers making the way in the senior field. He's probably going to find himself being one of the top drivers one day, but as of now, he is going to have to run with some of the best of the best. Lap number 2 in the books for group number 1. Wes Duchik finds himself the fastest one with a 47.922. Dylan DeHansen just got bumped, and here comes Aiden Fox. Aiden Fox goes to P1 with a 47.8. Timothy Carl finds himself in P3 with a 47.9, and Josh Campbell just cracked the top 5 going P4 as we have an intense qualifying session yet to come. Gavin Bailiff finds himself up into P7. Santiago Fernandez finds himself in 9th.
Gianluca Savaglio rounding the top 10 here, 4.5 tenths in. Emery Lyda is going to step out of the booth and do a little pit reporter duty himself, as we'll send him along with Jenna Tommy to talk to some of our top X30 Pro qualifiers. You're watching, again, Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series here live from GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. As they work their way out of the final turn, Wes Duchak was the first driver in that group. We'll see him come to complete his final lap as the checkered flag should fly. Actually, it looks like, indeed. Here we go, coming up the hill. That is the 372 machine of Dylan Denhase, who is going to go quickest here in the first group. The Mike Doty Racing Cosmic driver with a nice performance, and he'll put it 2 tenths clear over Aiden Fox. Duchak can do no better than third. 1/1000th off of Fox. Ryan Vincent on the final lap jumps into the top 5. Gianluca Savaglio as well moves way up the order from outside the top 10 to second. And not a lot of other changes here. Dylan Denhase on the final lap will put himself 1/10 and a half clear. That should put him in a nice position to hopefully get into the top half of the field. When the second half goes on out, he should be able to get a couple out of 47.687, considering pole previously was only a 47.2, but the track only gets faster. We are putting rubber on rubber on rubber here today. Of course, as we go through the results, you'll see the times continue to improve throughout the day. Now, the track does fall off at a certain point, but that being said, again, we're putting on so many sets of tires, the track is just getting more and more good grip all the way through. So that's what we've got here right now. It is your overall results, and there we go. The top 2 from final practice. Colin Warren and Ryan Norberg are set to go. Norberg, P2 in final practice. P2 in the first of the 2 qualifying sessions. Can the reigning champion, Mr. 5-time, put it on the pole here for Saturday qualifying to start off tomorrow? We'll find out after this here with him. Colin Warren and the rest of the X30 Pro Fast Group drivers coming up right next on Kart Chaser. So here we go here, back live already on the warm-up lap. Colin Warren going to take him up the hill here. He is the first driver onto the racetrack after going quickest in final practice. A decent but not too good of a performance in qualifying for Sunday for Colin Warren, who is self-admittedly in the interview, he is tuning himself. He's the driver, he's the mechanic, he's the driver coach, all in one for Colin Warren, and it was that much more impressive that he was able to put it quickest in final practice. So he's got his outlap complete. Ryan Norberg had Paul Baucus right behind him as Warren hanging the right rear out there coming through turn number 6. He's got a big gap back to where Norberg is with a quick outlap for the 397. So as Warren exits turn number 9, we'll get a first look at where the fast group lines up. Dylan Haynes sets the benchmark, 47.687. Here's a look down the backstretch at some of your other drivers at the tail end of the fast group coming on through. There is Donovan Bonilla in the 328 RPG Cosmic, headed through turn number 4. We'll pick up some more coming out of turn number 9 as the first laps come in. Norberg to the top, 47.333. 200ths quicker than Paulie Massimino, 2/10ths quicker than Jack Jeffers and Justin Ataconis, who jumped past Dylan Haynes on their opening lap.
Nate Cicero also made his way up the field. Cameron Weinberg bumped him back. Weinberg finds himself in 7th. Cicero finds himself in 8th. Colin Warren, like you said, single man doing everything right now, finds himself just now outside the top 10 as Hayden Jones goes P11 and Colin Warren goes into the 10th position.
Colin Warren again P10 overall. Right now the only driver from that fat and slow group that's holding inside the top 10 with the first lap complete is Dylan Haynes. Here's the second lap to be completed. Warren jumps to 3rd at a 47.4. Norberg a 47.22. Where is Austin Gerson? Well, he didn't get a good opening lap. 6th overall, but he's one of the last drivers in this group. Massimino to the top of the boards on lap 2 at a 47.16. Move Paulie Massimino to the top. Gerson on lap number 3, just about to cross the line behind Cameron Weinberg. He'll go to 3rd and make it less than a 10th of a second for the top 3 drivers. Massimino over Norberg and Gerson here in qualifying.
One more lap. They got to be perfect. Again, 4 laps is the distance here. Jeremy Fletcher finds himself inside the top 10. Hayden Jones finds himself in 11th. Looking down, seeing if there's anyone else, big movers that are back in the field. Paul Baucus finds himself in 16th. Dante Yu in P18. So it's already a stacked field of the top 20. Norberg, Massimino, and Gerson. And the young gun, Justin Anacones, finds himself in 4th with Nate Cicero just got bumped because Jack Jeffers went to P5.
Final lap across the line. Nobody improving of the top 2 or 4th or 5th. Austin Gerson will be the last-ditch effort to try and knock off the provisional pole sitter Paulie Massimino for Saturday. Norberg looking to be a bridesmaid again as we watch Jack Jeffers on the cool-down lap headed to turn number 5 across the line. Austin Gerson does not improve either. Paulie Massimino to the pole at home in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. And the 340 will lead the field to the green. Norberg 2nd, Gerson 3rd, Justin Ataconis. We talked to him right before the session. He thought he'd be able to go a little bit better. He does. Goes to 4th. Jack Jeffers puts it 2 rookies inside the top 5 behind 3 wily veterans. And let's take you on through the rest of the top 10 as they have shaken out here, because it is, again, a very different top 10 than where we saw before. William Byron had to hit the road. That's why he's all the way down the order. We unfortunately lost out on the NASCAR Cup driver earlier on. He had to get on his flight. But let's take a look at the results once again here. Paulie Massimino, Ryan Norberg, Austin Gerson, Justin Ataconis, Jack Jeffers, along with more coming on through here. Now we've got the next class already coming up as it goes that quick. Saturday qualifying for Timmy Tech K100 Junior continues. We've got 4 groups for KA100 Junior, the first of them getting set to go green here shortly with the likes of 55 K100 Juniors coming your way. But again, Paulie Massimino, Ryan Norberg, Austin Gerson, the top 3. A little bit of an invert from where they were. Massimino, the biggest improvement from outside the top 5 for Sunday to the pole here for Saturday. Stick with us. More coverage coming. The final few classes still have yet to set their grids for Saturday, including that 68 driver KA100 senior class.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at GroupAapparel.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to OdenthalRacing.com.
And welcome back here to USPKS round number 3 and 4. As we have an interview lined up, our very own Xander Clements joins us with Ryan Nornberg. Xander?
Ryan, this is the first weekend in a while. You're not starting from the pole for either day. It's not a bad day, right? Second shouldn't feel bad for both days, but I'm sure it bites to be only half a tenth off in both.
It does for sure. I mean, we put a lot of effort into each run, so I mean, to be just that little bit off, and both sessions, I'm not sure if it's the same on Race Monitor as it is on my dash, but both sessions, the last lap wasn't my fastest, so it was all done in that middle lap, and it's just hard when you're putting all that effort into just one lap. You know, your tires can come in just a half lap too soon, and you know the end of that faster lap is done. So it's close. You know, it's hard, but we're gonna keep going at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this comes down to. You're getting only really 3 full-speed laps here, and the first lap still kind of warming up the temperature. So like you said, second or third lap, depending on where the pressures come in. Half a tenth's not a lot to find. Are you going to go to work and try to find something more overnight before tomorrow?
We are, but I think, honestly, our pace is pretty good. I mean, our long-run pace is good, and I think that's something that we really excelled in. But I don't think we have a lot to go, but it's going to be tough. I mean, everybody's close here. It's Mooresville. This is like, it's pack racing. This is what it's all about. I've lucked into a couple races here where I've gotten out early and not had to deal with it, but for sure with the talent level this week, it's not going to be like that. You know, I'm going to have to fight for it. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a throwback, obviously, with Austin Gerson getting back up there. Been a few years since we've seen you two go back and forth.
Yeah, it has. I'm really excited to race with him. He's one of the best karters in North America ever. So, I mean, it's going to be fun to race with a lot of good drivers. Paulie's up there. It's nice to have some good competition up there. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome stuff here. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Back to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Thank you, Ryan, as we're about to get underway here shortly with our KA Juniors. Some heavy hitters to keep an eye on is going to be Parker DeLong, someone who's going to be running out in front, as we've seen for most days. Going down the order as well, Max Garcia has had some momentum going this weekend. Ryan Miller has also had a good winter season, along with Ilya Meza. Ivana Richards, someone else who has been having a good day so far as qualifying. Caleb Gaffera, not where we thought we were going to see him when it came time for Sunday qualifying, but a lot can change between now and then. As we are watching now, there are the drivers, the mechanics in their karts about to get going underway. Here shortly, there's the 834. That is Shia Aldrich finding themselves going out on track, I should say, in the second spot next to the 836. They are also about to make their way out shortly. That is going to be Gabby Sheldon, Oz finding their way out on track. We're going to a little bit of a holding pattern before we get going here with the rest of qualifying. We're going to take it down. We got Paulie Massimino from his pole position lap for Saturday qualifying.
All right, standing here again with Paulie Massimino. Last time I talked to you, you qualified in 7th for Sunday. Today, ended up qualifying P1 for Saturday. Paulie, what changed between sessions?
We definitely got the kart a lot better. We went over some video and data, fixed a little bit of driving, and really there was a big difference in between the kart setup from the first qualifying to the second qualifying. And I'm pretty happy with where the kart is, and hopefully we can keep progressing because they're going to come.
Yeah, as you head into a Saturday race in which you have upwards of 40 karts in this class, a lot of competitive drivers, what's your mindset heading into pre-final where you know so many guys are fast and are going to be right at your neck?
The main focus is just to keep your head down. If you can get away, that's great. But just kind of stay up in the top 5 and save your stuff for the final and go all in for the final.
For sure, man. Thanks for the interview, and we'll send it back to the booth.
Thank you, Emery, here. And, of course, big congrats for Paulie Massimino. That is pole position here for his home race. Paulie Massimino in the RPM Tony Kart. Well, he had a storybook ending when you go back to the X30 shootout here and our first broadcasted event back at the end of July in 2021. Came back here for the U.S. Pro Kart Series in the fall. Ran decent, top 5. Ultimately missed the mark. It seemed like a little bit there compared to where he was in the summer stretch. But then here this weekend, here today, he has been up front all day long. Austin Gerson's been up front all day long. He qualified 3rd here for Saturday, pole for Sunday. Like we talked with Ryan Norberg, he's expecting full pack racing. That's what this track's about. It doesn't have super long individual straightaways, but the speeds run so high, you do have a good bit of the toe effect.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Typically, it's usually 1 or 2 drivers take away in the X30. This weekend, I don't think we're going to see that Saturday or Sunday. I'm pretty sure it's going to be very consistent in the top field. Maybe some drivers, maybe some different ones, but I think the top 5, maybe 6 is going to be very close.
And the other thing that Ryan Norberg mentioned is he's excited to have some good competition, some racers he could trust around him. He's raced with Paulie a lot. He's obviously grown up racing Austin Gerson, 2 Florida-grown drivers right there around the same age. So they've spent a lot of time racing against each other. He's raced against Paulie, who's become a veteran of the class. Right behind them, you've got a bunch of rookies. Jack Jeffers, Justin Ataconis, 2 drivers here who are really kind of getting to go to school over the last 8 months, really, for Jeffers, and the last 5 to 6 for Justin Ataconis. We talked to Justin. This is his favorite racetrack. He loves coming here, feels really good, and he's obviously fighting the nerves a little bit to kind of stay cool, but he knows that he's just going to get to get schooled a little bit and learn off the levels of inexperience that he has compared to the experience that the top 3 will have here this weekend. So you're going to have 3 guys dueling that have a lot of laps running against each other, and then a mid-pack that's roughly probably the same speed that could make it look like a 6 or 8 kart fight. That could play spoiler or could really just end up kind of following those big 3 and seeing where they end up. And there's still a lot of other big names, obviously, that could get up there. Colin Warren was quickest in happy hour. Decent run in that session. Again, still not really where he wanted to be, I'm sure. But his first weekend on the Kart Republic chassis, he said he's been tuning on it, and making adjustments where he thinks he needs to be. So hopefully we'll get to see him up because it'll be really cool to see Colin Warren. Obviously, a lot of 4-cycle 206 drivers, which is where his racing has mainly been in the last couple of years. Is where the opportunities have fallen. He's still a guy who will race anything and anything there is here. I know he was really bummed he missed out on the USPKS Open in Orlando. Super stoked to be here with the Chad Dawkin Racing guys, and it's cool to get him a big opportunity on this stage once again because he's a driver that's just as talented as the likes of a Gerson and Norberg. I mean, he's a top-level guy, and to have him on here and working on his own kart by himself, that's a huge kudos, and I'm sure he's going to get a lot of privateer fans pulling for him here this weekend.
Absolutely. I think something else to keep an eye on is the young guns making their way up, and some of the local guys who are usually always fast. I think that Dalton Haynes is going to be up in the mix in that mid-pack, along with Nate Cicero, Jeremy Fletcher, who had a good run in the KA. Let's see if we can translate it over into the X30. Something else we forgot to mention, when it comes time to the pre-final, that could shake things up too, because we don't know what's going to happen with drivers racing their way out on track. The heat races, always still a couple wrenches in the plans.
Right, and Jeremy Fletcher, I mean, he was struggling a good bit here earlier this week. We talked to him even earlier today. He started the day almost nearly a second off the pace, along with himself and Marian Kremers. Was able to kind of dig himself out of it. Kremers right now still trying to do the same thing for one of the big names here in the X30 Pro class. Obviously coming off a really good weekend with some wet racing, some top 10, top 5 runs at NOLA, and a dominating performance in KZ and Pro Shifter. Well, he comes here to GoPro Motorplex, and the PSL karting guys, I'm sure they're going to be hard at work to get themselves and, of course, a world champion of Marian Kremers to the front of the grid. We're going to send it to commercial break here while we still have a little bit of time with us. When we come back, more action still to come. Again, as we mentioned, the X30 Pros are wrapped up, but that doesn't mean that we're all said and done. KA100 Junior, KA100 Senior, I believe our micro slips all still to play for here. Live from Mooresville, you're watching the U.S. Pro Kart Series, round number 2 at GoPro Motorplex.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here to GoPro Motorplex. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series, second round of 4 in the 2022 championship. And we are getting set with qualifying here for KA100 Junior. The first group getting released onto the racetrack. 4 groups in total, 55 drivers on the entry list here this weekend. So unfortunately, not all of them are going to make it through to the main event. Qualifying will be crucial to get yourself a good place to start here. Emery Lyda back in the booth. I'm going to have Caleb Smock take my spot as well. And we'll let you guys call the qualifying session here. Emery, good to have you back. Obviously getting some intel off the racetrack and rounding up some of our X30 pros. Now we're back here focused on K100 Junior, a class that you've run a little bit of. I think you were already in senior by the time the 100cc stuff came up, but a lot of your background in the junior ranks was 100cc racing.
Yeah, I mean, I was back in the Yamaha junior days mostly, but still, I mean, a lot of similarities between the two. This is a lot of pack racing you see in the KA category, especially in junior. I mean, you can have anywhere from 15 to 20 karts on any given weekend with the pace to potentially win. Obviously, this weekend we have 55 karts, so you're going to have a few that aren't going to make the show, and so it's really important to be able to qualify up front. I mean, you can see qualifying really has a huge impact on the whole weekend in this type of racing, because you put yourself top 5 and you're going to be up front the whole weekend. You put yourself in the mid-30s, it's a battle to get out of it. So we've seen close fields all the way throughout. Adam Brickley was on pole in this class in the last session, so he'll start up front on Sunday. But so far, heading into Saturday, you see the first group. I mean, obviously, first time around, just a warm-up lap of wash, as people said. And John Antonino is a good name to start out with. He starts out with a 57.5. Obviously, that time's not going to be very representative going forward, but still something worth keeping up on. And overall, these KA junior guys have a lot of experience when it comes to just kind of making sure they get themselves into the right mindset for a lap. Got to get the MG Reds warmed up well. You have 3 laps to do it. It's really going to come down to who can get a good draft and who can make sure that they keep their kart the smoothest of the course of the 3 laps.
Yeah, John Antonino, someone who first year that they're running here in the X30 Junior, they came from the Mini Swift before making their way up into X30. Henry Wheeler, though, currently the fastest car in this group is purple to 52.018. Shia Aldrich is currently running in P2, although John Antonino is going to take that provisional pole right back, goes to 51.947. As we've seen before, and as Ryan Norberg alluded to, lap 3 is crucial. That's when you have to hit it perfect. That's when the tires are coming in. Lap 4, if you can get it, great. If not, towards the end of the lap is probably when the tires are going to fall off from being at ideal. Split into 2 groups. This is a slow group out in front. Second group is going to be the faster one, and I believe they're actually going to split them into 3, seeing as there is 55 karts trying to make an attempt at pole position or make their way into the field, as we're going to have an LCQ for the X30 Junior.
Yeah, obviously this first group, kind of a mixture of guys that maybe had issues in the final practice or just simply aren't kind of up to speed on this track yet. One guy that's worth noting is Ayrton Grimm, as he pops up into P5, a guy that has a lot of experience running in the national season, obviously ran a lot of micro, then into mini. This, I believe, is his first full season in junior, and you're seeing, I mean, a little bit of the growing pains of it. I mean, certainly P6 in this group isn't going to be necessarily horrible, but it's something where you really have to make sure that you get a little bit better than that just so you're going to start out. I mean, obviously, times are still falling. You see on lap 3, fastest time so far is a 51.2 by Antonino. That's a pretty good lap 3, but I would expect by the time you get to the fast guys, the last group 4 to go out, you're going to be seeing mid 50s, maybe even low 50s.
You're talking about Ayrton Grimm having a lot of experience. I know he races a lot up in Indiana at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Up there, he also races a lot of 206 as we go on board. There is John Antonino out on track. But Ayrton Grimm has a lot of experience in the 4-cycle, which is all about carrying momentum. Here at GoPro, this track is all momentum, like we were talking about before. Not long straightaways, but you have to be able to roll momentum through the corners because there's really not a lot of heavy braking and hairpins you have to pull yourself out of.
Yeah, especially in K. I mean, you're really only talking about 3, maybe 4 heavy braking zones the entire track, depending on the day. Certainly the hairpin's the one massive heavy braking zone, but really how you come out of turn 11, the final corner, is going to dictate everything all the way down into the bowl corner. So, I mean, you can gain or lose 2 to 3 tenths just off of how you exit turn 11 and then roll through turn 1. So, a lot of things going on, and it's really important on these qualifying laps that you don't overdrive it. Don't use too much wheel. Make sure that you keep it smooth. And I think especially in the 100cc classes, you're going to see just putting together a full lap is going to be critical because the field spread is just tiny. I mean, even in this first group, you look at the top 3 separated by less than a tenth, and these are just the first 14 guys out on the track. So there's a lot of parity in the KA juniors. I think you're going to see that in these next couple of groups.
Yep, the top 14 on your screen are the 14 who have already turned a time here at GoPro. The next 14 is going to be the second slowest or third fastest group before making their way out. So anyone below the top 14 is yet to put a lap time in. I have a feeling that the top 14 are probably going to make their way down the running order. Someone who is still yet to come, drivers are still yet to come, Parker DeLong, Eli Warren, Hayden Wise. All drivers are going to be quick. A.B. Dobson's been up there. Steve Miller has had a good winter season along with Max Garcia. And also Caleb Gerfera, who at one point I thought was going to possibly be up on pole position. Wasn't able to do it for Sunday. We're going to see if he can do it for Saturday.
Second group coming out onto the... Second group coming out on the track right now. I mean, this is the next 14 guys. You're going to see a lot of fast guys, but first we're going to throw it back to Jenna with Chase Jones, I believe.
Chase Jones, I believe. You are the owner of MPG. You've got a lot of drivers in this class. Walk me through that.
Yeah, this wouldn't be possible without my partner Billy Vincent and Willpower himself, and we've got a lot of really good guys behind this whole program. Watching KA Junior right now, we've got 3 really stout drivers. Max Garcia right now is leading the way for us, and he's doing a phenomenal job all weekend. He's helped ourselves and Austin Olds and Henry Wheeler here quite a bit. This track here is one of a kind, and Max has helped them, adapt to the track with the rubber racing and everything like that. And, it goes a long way. Max has got a lot of experience, and this is one of the tracks that we don't get to come to too often. And, everybody in the tent is having a great weekend, and there's been huge improvements across the board, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, when you have all of those kids who are very good, how do you manage all the drivers, make sure they're all getting enough attention and what they need?
It's an open information policy tent. It goes a long way. We don't hide anything from anyone, that's under our tent. And, I think that's best for our environment. It keeps everybody in tune. Nothing's hidden across the board on the WPK brand. And I think that keeps everybody on the same page all the time. And when it comes to driver coaching and data, it's every session that we pull it up and look at their video, and there's always something that we can improve on.
Yeah, you guys always seem to be giggling under that tent. What's the environment like?
It's just like a fun family atmosphere. I mean, there's a time and a place for everything, and when it comes down to the grit of everything, we put our heads down and try to make all the right decisions when it comes to the chassis tuning and all the right calls. And then after hours, everybody opens up, they get their work done, and usually turns into a big party.
Yeah, great. Well, good for you, Chase. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Back to you guys.
And thank you, Chase Jones, for that awesome interview. If you guys haven't had a chance to go and scroll on down to the WPK tent along with MPG, like you said, they always like to have a good time when the race comes to an end. But right now, there's still work to do for qualifying, as we still have qualifying underway here for the KA100 Junior. Shia Ulrich still able to hold it out in front. Anthony Riviera able to take away P2 with Luke Welcome up into third. Henry Wheeler fourth. Johnny Antonino, who was on provisional, finds himself in fifth. Ava Dobson finds themselves in P number 6. Mateo Norajo finds it in P7. Jackson Woldley finds in P8. Cash Perkins P9. And Gabby Sheldon finds herself in the 10th position.
Yeah, so the second group is full of people that have some experience in KA Junior or is their first season out, and certainly not quite as far off, I would say, as the first group, but certainly still going to have quite a bit of time to ramp up. I mean, Anthony Rivera on his third lap won with a 51.2, which is a pretty good third lap to go through, but again, you're going to see those times pick up quite a bit. Luke Welcome as well. Here comes Jake James to the line for his fourth lap. He pops up to P1 with a 51.091. Anthony Rivera stays into P2 with a 51.149. You've got Cash Perkins aboard the Merlin into the top 5. Mateo Naranjo goes P1 with a 51.084. Times are really close right now. I mean, the top 5 as it stands within 8/100ths of a second. I mean, this is a really close session as of now, but obviously still a lot of drivers to come, a lot of people with a lot of experience. Ivana Richards goes into P1 with a 51.046, and again, most of the people in this group have been able to put themselves inside the top 10 as of now, but no one has cracked into the 52nd bracket, which, as we've seen today, has been kind of the barometer for a good time in KA Junior.
Yeah, I still think we still have about 2 more qualifying groups yet to come. Top 27, when they come across the screen when this comes to an end, are ones who have put a time in from 28 down, are still yet to turn a lap. That includes Parker DeLong, Eli Warren, Austin Roy, Julian DaCosta, Spencer Conrad, Steve Miller, Max Garcia. A lot of big names still yet to go. Max Taylor as well, Ilio Meza, Landon Skinner, Cooper Shipman. So there's still more qualifying underway here for the KA100 Junior. But as of now, it's Ivana Richards on provisional pole with a 51.046. Track has now gone silent. There's your running order. Again, from the 28th position down are still yet to qualify. 27 and up is all provisional. That is subject to change as we still have 2 more qualifying groups yet to come. Track has gone quiet. We're about to send this next group out. You can see them sitting in the carts, getting ready to go out on track. Something else I've noticed, too, it's going to change things. Clouds started to clear up. The sun has now come out, and it's a little warm out.
Yeah, I think that certainly might slow up the track a little bit. You see in national weekends oftentimes here the track gets a little bit greasy. So a lot of times you'll see the fastest times being set kind of early on in the day before the sun really comes out. Obviously, the temperature's been really good today, but the track temp obviously starting to creep up a little bit with the sun coming out. I'm interested to see how that kind of impacts the strategy coming into this qualifying, because obviously you set tire pressures when the clouds are out. You're going to try to go a little bit higher with cooler track temps, cooler air temps. But when the sun comes out and sort of in a little bit of a sudden manner like this, it makes it kind of difficult to estimate exactly what you want to go on with pressure.
Yeah, I may want to take a pound or two out. Something else is chassis setup. We'll get into that later, as I believe we're now going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get underway with group number 3 here for the KA100 Junior.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And welcome back to GoPro Motorplex here for rounds 3 and 4. Qualifying is underway for Saturday with your KA100 Junior. Ivana Richards currently on provisional pole position next to Mateo Naranjo in P number 2. Jake James in third position next to Anthony Rivera. And Shea Aldrich rounds out your top 5 next to Cash Perkins. Luke Welcome in P number 7. Henry Wheeler in the 8th position. John Antonino, who put the fastest lap, is currently sitting in 9th overall next to Ava Dobson, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, and so you certainly get into the third session now. These are a lot of the people that were just on the outside of the top 14 heading into the final practice. So you're going to see some fast times coming in here. I would expect the 50-second bracket to be in play here. Possibly even as soon as lap 3, you're going to see someone dip into the 50s. I mean, a lot of fast people are out on track here as of now. Guys like Spencer Conrad, who's local to the circuit, Michael Costello, Eli Warren, Oliver Piatek, all of them, Helio Meza. These are guys that could be on for a top 5 this weekend, and they're in the second fastest group. So not quite the fastest group, but still a lot to work with, and now I think you're going to see the time start to tumble.
There's a lot of talent in this group. Elio Meza had a good run all winter long. Oliver Piatek is always competitive. Eli Warren is coming off of a couple wins with the Route 66 and along with CKNA. So there's definitely some talent coming in here this afternoon. Austin Olds running under the MPG with WPK. He is currently on track as well. So lap number 1, always a wash. Again, this is going to be for, after this is over with, from 40th down is going to be the ones who have not ran yet. So 41st all the way down to 55 is going to be the final group. So second fastest group. Some of these guys maybe in the top 5, some maybe even the top 3, but I have a feeling that the top 10 is nowhere close to being locked in yet.
Yeah, Helio Miz on the first lap puts in an absolute heater. 50.7 goes 2.5 tenths clear of the field. Keegan Kaminski goes second with a 51.044, kind of in line with some of the other times you do. Looking down the rest of the order, Olivia Piatek is another guy that was 14th through 2 laps on this group. Julian DaCosta, Spencer Conrad. All of them have shown a lot of pace at times this weekend, and it's cool to see them kind of in the middle of the field. I would expect as you get through 3 laps, you're going to see them kind of pop up back towards the front of the charts, but right now it's Meza on top with a really good second lap.
Something else, we were talking about the heat and the tire temperature. We haven't really seen a lot of second laps able to take you up that high in the order just yet. As looks like
179.
Elio
That's a
Meza
crazy lap.
yet again threw down another heater, and Spencer Conrad also joined the party. He went at 50.81. So Meza currently has about a 7/10 advantage over Conrad for second. Oliver Pitek also in the 50s, but he is about 7/10 off. So, man, Elio Meza, I don't know what they changed on him, but he decided to come up and party. Maybe the tires are liking this heat.
Yeah, Meza's a guy that has had a couple of really good runs here in the last year. I mean, certainly, I believe it was USPKS last year. He was in contention for the win throughout the entire weekend. But for him to come up from the second group and put together a 50.1, I mean, that is a really, really good time. I mean, I was mentioning the mid-50s could be where you end up being at this group. That's faster than the pole time that we saw in the last session. So for him to already be at that after only 2 laps, still has another lap, which he doesn't quite improve on, but still almost half a second to the rest of the field. Olivier Piatek, Eli Warren, Spencer Conrad, and Julian DaCosta all put in laps well into the 50s. But, man, I mean, that lap time by Mesa is going to be really difficult to beat in this next group.
And the final lap is currently in for a couple of these drivers. Eli Warren cracks the top 5, goes to P3 with a 50.673. Michael Costello goes to P4 with a 50.709, and then that's Julio DaCosta is going to bump him out. He goes to 50.709. So there's a lot of drivers up in this mix. Austin Olds also finds himself inside the top 10. Ivana Richards, who was on provisional for the last 2 groups, now finds herself outside of the top 10. Lando Skinner also in that 12th position. So there's a lot of drivers. I'm wondering what's happened if the temperature may have played effect with the tires here, because everyone from that second group knocked everyone out. I thought there'd be 1 or 2 stragglers that would stay around, but that entire last group knocked out the top 10. We still have 1 more group to go. This was the fastest from Friday, as we are going to wait as we go on to the final group. We're going to send it to another quick commercial break. When we come back, we have the final group for KA100 Junior, followed by your mini Swift, so don't go anywhere. We still got more action still yet to come.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
And welcome back. This is the final group for KA100 Junior, about to get underway here. All these drivers just put 1 lap into the books. Again, lap number 1 is not going to be the fastest. Some drivers up this mix. We got Mason Walters, Adam Brickley, Parker DeLong also up in the mix. Oscar Iliff, Cooper Shipman, Max Taylor, Max Garcia. A lot of heavy hitters. Stephen Miller, Adam Brickley, and Caleb Grafera are all on track. Look for the top 10 here in the next lap, followed by lap 3 to be when we see some heavy hitters making their way up into the top 10. Right now, we have Elio Meza on provisional with a 50.179 and currently has a 5/10 advantage over Oliver Pitek, who is currently registered in P2.
Yeah, and Piatek had a really good lap. Mason Walters on lap 2 goes into the mid-50s with a 50.618, immediately jumps to P2. Walters put it on the front row looking at Sunday's qualifying. Really had a competitive opening session. A local driver that's really gained a lot of experience the last couple of years. Has looked really fast as of late. He's already up there. Looking down the rest of the top 10, you've got Parker DeLong just cracking it in P10. You've got Ernesto Rivera in P12. You've got Valentino Gavarino in P18, Stephen Miller in P19, and just in general, I mean, this is a group that you're going to expect the fastest times to go with. Obviously, Elio Meza put together a really good lap on that 3rd session to go P1 with a 50.179 on his 3rd lap, but Walters already is on a good track. He put it together a mid-50, which is about what Meza did on his 1st lap. And so far, I mean, it looks like the rest of the group might be a little bit behind that, but still, this can be really close to watch and really interesting to see who can upset Mesa.
Yeah, Mason Walters trying to make his attempt last lap. He is in his third lap. He won a 50.286, so he's close but not close enough, and it looks like he is the closest as Oscar Iliff in P3. He won a 50.570, so only 2 drivers are below the 50.5s. That is Mesa and Walters. Iliff is going to make an attempt. Where is Gerfera? I'm trying to look down through the order to see where he has ended up at. He is always a front runner, and it looks like he finds himself in P17 running a 50.828. So he is 7/10 off of Mesa's fastest time. Oliver Pytek also still up in the mix. Carpet along. Steve Miller, Cooper Shipman, Max Garcia, Eli Warren rounds out the top 10. They are working their final lap. They're coming down to get the checkered flag. Here's a nose to tail across the line. That was Walters and Taylor. Not able to improve enough. Walters won a 50.2. Taylor won a 0.4. Here comes Garcia. Also does a 50.4. Finds himself in P3. Ernesto Rivera finds herself in P4. They won a 50.49. Max Taylor now goes to P5. Cooper Shipman can't improve. Steve Miller comes out of nowhere, goes to a 50.465, not able to go anywhere close to Walters and Mesa, finds himself in P3. Garcia now in P4. Ernesto Rivera finds himself on the bubble in P5. Max Garcia now in the 6th position.
Yeah, I'm looking at Caleb Gaffera all the way down in 16th, almost unheard of this year to see him that low, as well as Adam Brickley in Sunday's pole sitter, sitting in P12 with the Trinity Karting Group. Not exactly where those guys would want to work with. Obviously, you saw the pre-final on Saturday. You can really make up some spots there, but still, it's going to be a little bit on their back foot. I mean, looking at the rest of the top 10, obviously, you've got guys like Max Taylor, Oscar Iliff, Cooper Shipman, Valentino Garvino in there, and obviously Olivier Piatek from the last group making it into the top 10. But it's going to be interesting because you have a mixture of guys that are really that are experienced up front, as well as some guys that are experienced that are going to be coming from further down, like a Gaffera.
Yeah, other drivers up in the mix going from 11th down. You got Parker DeLong, Adam Brickley, Eli Warren, Julian DaCosta, Michael Costello, and then it switches over. So it looks like the computer system's ready to go on to the Micro Swift, which is up next. We're going to go on a little watching the track here right now. It's starting to clear off. Drivers behind us are starting to get suited up. Their stuff is on, ready to go. Trying to see how many carts are in now. It looks like we got 36, so 2 groups of qualifying is going to be for the Micro Swift. We're going to take it to another commercial break. When we come back, Micro Swift is yup. Don't go anywhere. Qualifying still yet to come here with USPKS.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
And welcome back to USPKS round number 3 and 4. Qualifying for Saturday is still yet to come with your Micro Swift. Got 2 groups coming up. Rocco Simone going to be up in the mix along with Ashton Woon. Engines are now fired. We're about to see the groups being split here in half. I can't do math off the top of my head, so I can't tell you what half of 36 is. My guess it starts with a 1. about to get these drivers going. What were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, so you're going to have the slowest 18 from final practice coming out in this one. Obviously, Micro Swift, a little bit bigger of a field spread than what we've seen in classes past, but still a lot of young drivers that have shown talent. Obviously, Rocco Simone comes off of a really good race in Orlando and is the points leader heading into this one. And in general, I mean, you've got a good mixture of local talent that's sort of getting their feet wet, as well as young national guys that have proven themselves at a track like Orlando and other national events throughout the year.
Absolutely. This field, again, just like any other kiddo classes, when they're trying to develop their driving style. This is not your seniors in KA 100 or X30. This is when the kids learn their chops, learn how to pack race, learn your ins and outs, when to push, when not to push. The most important one we've seen nowadays, which wasn't the case when I was a kid, is how to manage your tires. When I was a kid with the old school MG Yellows, you threw them on, they were bulletproof for 40 laps. Now you have to manage them, which is the perfect class with these MG Reds in order to get set up to run for that.
Yeah, I think you learn a lot in cadet racing when it comes to managing tires. Not as much on the wear per se. I think there's still a little bit more of a degradation factor in the older classes, but certainly when it comes to overheating the tires, making sure you don't slide the cart too much, that's one of the things that I really learned a lot when I was younger. It's just how important it was not to overdrive. Make sure your hands are smooth. Make sure you don't overdrive it when the tires are still cold. And so that's one of the things when you look into Micro Swift racing, you look at these guys that oftentimes these are their first real experiences in a qualifying setting. And so for them to get that experience, for them to get going and only have 3 laps to really put a lap together, you learn a lot from these. And I think you're going to see really some of the improvements from qualifying session 1 to the second qualifying session, which sets the grid for tomorrow.
Yeah, and one thing that these drivers will have to learn as well, and a lot of them already know it, is how to carry momentum. These 2-cycle engines, they obviously have a lot of pickup, but sometimes they tend to lag. I know when I was a kid, the Comer K80 was this version of the class. That thing really bogged down on the bottom end, so these kids learning how to carry high RPMs through corners, and it's going to pay off. I have no doubt there's going to be a handful of these drivers we're going to see make their way up to be the top of the nation, K and X30, and some are going to go on into cars, IndyCar, NASCAR, what have you. This is where the stomping grounds for that begins. All these kids also making good memories. Lap number 1 is in the books. Again, this is going to be a wash with 1 double O's. It looks like it is Nicholas Orbezo is going to be out in front. Again, 1 double O's like we've seen before, too, with the times as well. Lap 2 now is when tires start to come in. I think it's because of this heat. It was lap 3, even 4. Then it was kind of lap 3.5, 2.5 is when it really came in. And now lap 2, you can put down some fast times.
Yeah, I think you're certainly going to see it. Maybe not as much in this class just because the carts are smaller, because you're running with the 4 thinner tires. But certainly when we get later in the day, you're going to see when you get to the KA senior category, lap 2, you've got to be really on it. And so far, I mean, it looks like these guys looking at Holden Myers putting together a good time with a 55.367. That, I believe, is a bit quicker than some of the second times we've been seeing, and he's got almost half a second worth of gap to Nicholas Orbezo in P2, Edward Kennedy P3, Maverick White P4, and William Kim in P5. All of them are up there running decent laps so far. And again, this is a slower group of the 2, so expect the times to drop when you get into the second group. But certainly for Holden Myers, that 55.3 is a good lap to start off with.
It's only going to get faster. You have some other drivers up in the mix as well. J.J. O'Neill finds himself in P8. Jacob Mojeski finds himself farther down the field. That isn't going to be in P8. Holden Myers still holds on to P1. Royce Vega pulls out at 55.7 and goes to P2. William Kim decides to go faster with a 55.4. As you were talking about, there's a larger spread in this field, but once that second group comes out, I think it's going to narrow up just a little bit. Some of these drivers may find themselves inside the top 10, but most of these guys on the top of the field are probably going to be in the top 15.
Yeah, I think you're probably looking at a guy like Holden Myers who's put together a 54.9 to go half a second clear. That's clearly going to be a time that's going to be up towards the top 10, if not higher. But then you look down the rest of the field, and I feel like in order to be into that mix, you're going to have to break into the 54-second bracket. And right now, William Kim is at a 55.4 into P2, and beyond that, you have to go down to 55.5 in Maverick White, 55.6 in Jacob Modieski, and Nicholas Orbezo as well in the 55.6 and J.J. O'Neill. So it's really kind of clustered in that mid-55 section, which is not a horrible time, but at the same time, you're going to have to be a little bit quicker than that to be into the top 10.
3 laps in, the white flag is out. They're going to have one more to try to throw down a fast time. I think Holden Myers is going to be trying to battle it out for maybe the 8th to 10th position. He is running at that 55.9, like you said. Curious to see if he can go any faster, as he's going to have one more lap. Actually, may have even pulled off, as some of the drivers came across in the 4th. He did not, but he did improve. He did a 54.582, still purple. And then the rest of the field still yet to come across the way. Trying to do big movers. J.J. O'Neill pushed himself now up into the 4th spot. Went a 55.3. And we're going to send it down real quick because our very own Jenna Tommy has an interview.
We've kind of been struggling with this new mic, but turns out we can reach There's about 10 yards from you right now. John, you're 5th in qualifying. Tell me about how your weekend's going.
It's going all right. We're still working on the car, trying to get it 100%, work on driving a little bit, but hopefully we'll go P1 in this one.
What are you doing tonight to get ready for that?
Cleaning the car, going home, sleep.
Just cleaning it, you're not going to change any setup? You're going to change anything driving-wise? No need, just push more and you'll be at the top.
Yeah, for sure.
Great, thanks, John.
Yeah.
Just as easy as that. Push hard and you'll be up towards the front.
Yeah, sometimes I wish it was that easy for everyone, but certainly John Burke, you'll see him later in the KA senior category, put together a pretty good qualifying in the first run. But looking on track with the Micro Swift, you got Holden Myers, who ended up improving his time to 54.5. That is a really good time. That's going to be pretty difficult to beat her. At a minimum, it's going to place him towards the top 10. Royce Vega put together a lap to get a 54.7, and then you've got Nicholas Orbezo in third with a 54.952.
Top 3 all in the 54s. Engines are fired for the second group. We're about to get them underway. I think the top 4 may find themselves in maybe the 7th to 13th position. We're about to find out here shortly as the engines are now fired. They're about to get underway, going down through the field to give some more love to these drivers. Jackson Porter finds himself in 4th. Again, that was running a 55.1. J.J. O'Neill 6th. Maverick White in P7th. William Kim finds himself in P8th. Edward Kennedy in 9th. Gavin DeKay finds himself in the 10th position. We're just now sending out the first couple of drivers for group number 2, trying to see what the big names are going to be. Rocco Simone, Ashton Woon are going to be ones to look out for. Marco Samut was also fast. Luke Giglio, someone who usually runs up towards the front, maybe that upper mid-pack. I was surprised that he was farther back than he was. Kai Mars is usually always fast. Benjamin Fernandez, also another quick one. And Rocco Simone, ones to look out for. They're making the way out on track. Again, lap 1 is going to be a wash, probably around that 100.3 to 101. And then after that, the time is just going to drop.
Yeah, I think if anyone gets under a 1 minute on the first lap, we certainly would want to watch and see what they can do going forward. But really, it's that second lap where you're really going to see the representative times coming forward.
As we're looking now on track, there are the drivers making the way into that hairpin or fishbowl, in or hit fishbowl. There's so many names for different corners here on the track. The inside hairpin, making the way up the hill. Here is coming into the actual fishbowl. That is a beautiful shot and a beautiful backdrop as we're going to take it down one more time. Here's another 2-for-1 interview with our very own Jen and Tommy.
I am here with 3 Gary Willis Tony Kart guys. John Burke, good friends and on the same team. Tell me about that.
It's just a load of fun having a race with my mates.
I love these two as my teammates, especially Noah. He's definitely my second favorite behind you. I hope that you like me as much.
Yeah, I love you.
Racecraft. How does that usually comes out on?
Peyton, every time.
You guys were having a little bit of beef before I put the camera on you. Something about.
He just never comes to dinner with us. He doesn't like us. Come on.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jenna. There was a little bit of breaking out there, but it looked like an overall very good interview with some young drivers trying to make their way in the KA100 senior class. Right now, lap number 4, the final lap for group number 2 is underway. Why don't you go ahead and take us down the order?
Yeah, so currently, obviously, Parker Ives in this group is the fastest so far with a 55.002. He's in P4 right now. Cameron Marcia's in P7 with a 55.3. You got Marco Samut with a 55.3 as well in P9. Then another guy that's improving is Kai Mars and Joseph Sadigan. Both of them are in P12 and P13. But really, I mean, that time by Holden Myers still got a little ways to get up to that with a 54.582. But now, as you see, Cameron Marcia jumps up to P2 with a 54.640. He splits Myers and Royce Vega from the first group. You've got Marco Simone up into P4. Jackson Gibson up there. Rocco Simone, the points leader, up to P4. Now Parker Ives goes P1 with a 54.407 on his third lap. Still got one more lap to go. But as you can see, the rest of the top 10 are starting to kind of come together. You've got Jackson Gibson in P10. You've got Benja Fernandez in P9. Joseph Saddington in P8. And then you sort of get back to the guys that we already saw in the first session. Nicholas Obezo was in P7. Rocco's, obviously, you got Royce Vega in P4 from the last group, but still, this third lap sort of brought guys back into that top 10 mix from that second group, as now Troy Ferguson goes up to P7 as well with a 54.935.
Marco Samut, another big mover, finds himself up into the 6th position. Royce Vega, who was running in that first group, is able to hang on to P number 4. Cameron Marcia, Holden Myers, Parker Ives all bump them off the pedestal, and they find themselves running in the top 5. Here goes Marco Samut, able to go purple. He went a 54.346. Parker Ives now gets bumped to P2. Rocco Simone finds himself in P number 3.
Yeah, and times are still coming, and you're still seeing guys jump up, but it looks like Marco Samut's 54.346 was a really good lap to set. Parker Ives as well almost got on pole. It looks like he'll have to settle for P2 with a 54.380. Still a good run for him. Rocco Simone, the points leader, with a 54.470. Joseph Saddington from this group in P4, but Holden Myers able to stay in the top 5 with that 54. Nope, now he goes down to 6, as I say that, as Troy Ferguson pops into the top 5. But still, Myers' lap puts him in P6. Behind him, you've got Jackson Gibson in P7, Cameron Marcia P8, Cade Wolf in P9, and then Royce Vega from the first group as well, rounding out your top 10.
Checkered flag is now out for the field, and that is both groups making up all 36 carts, taking the green and the checkered. Congratulations to Marco Samut, who is going to start on pole position for the heat races tomorrow. Parker Ives comes across P number 2, Rocco Simone in 3rd. Joseph is going to round out the 4th position with Troy Ferguson P5, Holden Myers 6th, Jackson Gibson in 7th, Cameron Marcia in P8, Caden Wolf 9th, and Royce Vega rounds out the field in the top 10. We're about to take it to commercial break before we get going in our final group for qualifying. Up next, we have the KA100 Senior, one of the largest events here at USPKS.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
And welcome back. We're about to get going with one of the biggest fields this weekend, KA100 Senior. 68 karts are going to make an attempt to start in the feature. Again, we have the LCQ. If you don't make it out into, I believe it's the top 26, you get pushed in the last chance qualifier. Some big names in here: Pauly Massimino, Aiden Rudolph. Again, this is just overall. This is not in the main group. Colin Hines as well up in the mix. Ian Quinn is going to be someone to look out for. Going down the rest of the field here, we get into the faster guys. Finnegan Bailiff didn't really have the best qualifying session. Tyler Wettengale was also very competitive. Jeremy Fletcher, who put on a heck of a lap the first run, along with a couple other drivers who are also in this mix. Group number 1 of 4 now making the way on track.
Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher nearly put a whole second on group number 4 last time by, so we'll see what kind of a delta he's going to put on him again. He had to do that second just to end up P3 overall. 68 total drivers here for KA100 Senior qualifying, getting set to go green. Presented by Mike Doty Racing. As I'll hop in here. Emery, you've watched the last couple qualifying sessions. You have raced here at night, in the morning, in the afternoon. I mean, this place has been a home and a place to grow up for you here. At this point of the day, the sun's not all the way down, so I don't think we're changed a lot, but I mean, it's still a 3-hour difference. Is there any consistency that you've seen over the years from this track of how it behaves at 2 p.m. to compared to how it behaves here at 5 p.m.?
Well, certainly you've seen the sun come down. It looks like the track temperature's increased a little bit, and that's going to lead to a little bit more greasy effects, especially in these senior classes, NK Senior, where you have the MG Reds. Oftentimes the track can get a little bit slick on you, and certainly, I mean, I've seen over the years, you go into qualifying, and obviously you're on new tires at this point. It can take you a little bit to get used to them, and certainly the setup that you had that worked so well in final practice earlier, and even in the first qualifying session when the track was a little bit cooler, might not work quite as well now, especially considering you've waited and you've seen almost 200 carts worth of rubber go down since then.
Yeah, quite a bit of rubber has gone down here. Again, in total, over 300 entries joining us for the U.S. Pro Kart Series event here at GoPro Motorplex. We've got 4 total groups for the final division. Let's pick up Jeremy Fletcher across the line, as of course he'll set the benchmark, I'm sure, with that first lap coming in. It'll put him, well, let's see. That first lap, he must have been giving himself a little bit of a bigger gap because he wanted to go a little bit slower on the outlap. But Finnegan Bailiff will set the initial pace at a 51.209. He'll get beaten by Vance Bowersock. And now they'll start to shuffle here as the field comes on through.
Yeah, and certainly a 51.1 on the second lap. Still not great per se. I'm really interested to see what Jeremy Fletcher could do. Obviously, these guys are going to be in the bottom 17, so either they had some kind of mechanical issue or they're still getting used to the track. Obviously, seeing some other names up there, Alex Feldstein, Kendall Hedge, these are guys that have experience at the track. Nikita Panaris, Brooke Berry, now into the top 5, but certainly the 2 names that really stick out to me are Finnegan Bailiff, who had issues in the last qualifying, as well as obviously Jeremy Fletcher, who just went by the line with a 50.494 on his first flying lap.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot from Finnegan Bailiff here to try and at least salvage something of the weekend. He knows he's going to be starting dead last tomorrow at really a successful day from 68th on the grid at this point. Would be a top 20 result probably in the main event tomorrow. So if he wants any chance at maybe contending for a top 5 or a podium, he needs to lay down a heater right here, Emery, because qualifying, you just don't have a lot of time in the pre-final to make up for it.
I'll take it another step. If Finnegan Bailiff could even make the main tomorrow, I think that would be a bit of a success, just considering the fact that you're having to start all the way at the back of the grid in the pre-final. And KA Senior, while it's certainly a really tight class, you have guys that don't want to get past, and when you have the stress of not making the main, you're going to have to make a lot of passes in the pre-final against people that don't want to be passed. So Bailiff into P2 so far in this group with a 50.858. That's not a great lap so far as Jeremy Fletcher resets the benchmark with a 50.130. But I mean, he's a guy that he's had experience coming through the field here. We've seen him put plenty of laps on a GoPro, plenty of laps on the national scene. So if there's anyone that can do it, it's him, but certainly not a great position to be starting in.
No, definitely not. Obviously, that 4th lap, he was hoping for a little bit more, didn't get it. I'm sure Fletcher will be able to find a little bit more. We knew that a 49.7, 49.8 was pole position earlier. It seems like Fletcher, who was able to rip down a 49.8, and then at this point he was 0.2 faster in that first qualifying session. So where he's going to end up with his 4th lap is anyone's guess. He'll be the last driver across the line, so it'll be a minute as the field cycles through. Vance Bowersock knocks Cohen Summers down from 3rd to 4th. Panaris 5th. Nikolay Dukov moves up to 6th. Brooke Berry gets bumped to 7th, and there it is, a 49.90. So Fletcher ends about a 0.5 off of where he was able to put himself in qualifying number 1. So in setting the grid for tomorrow, it looks like maybe the track indeed has slowed down just a little bit. All that rubber, it's kind of like it builds up, and it's almost like a mountain, right? You add more rubber to a racetrack, gets more grip, and then all of a sudden it gets too much, the rubber really gets too hot. And then that's where the track gets greasy is what you're talking about, and all that extra grip that's been laid down all of a sudden becomes slippery.
Yeah, that's one of the things we noticed last year when we were running in KA Senior is the fastest times of the weekend actually came on Friday afternoon where fastest time was a 49.7, and then over the course of the weekend it's kind of like, well, where did that pace go? And certainly, I mean, you see in these qualifying sessions, obviously having 2 qualifyings on a Friday, it's a little bit of a different format. But you see it with these MG Reds, and especially on the new tires, it's really critical to make sure you free the kart up enough to where you're not overloading it with grip, overloading it with rubber. Because as the track gets warmer, as rubber gets laid down, you continue to see that sometimes it gets a little bit worse to drive, and so as such, the times start to slow down with it.
Exactly. So great points here. Obviously great to have you here, Emery, for someone that's got a lot of experience and success in this division, specifically here at this racetrack. So with the next group headed out onto the circuit now, we'll get set for more action with the Mike Doty Racing KA100 Seniors as they head onto the racetrack. This is Group C. So again, that lower 3rd percentile overall, your roughly 35th to 50th place drivers from final practice. Led onto the racetrack here in one of the OTK machines, making its way over to, that is the 930, I believe. Brooke Nachtman, I think, is the first driver in this group that just missed the cut line to go into group number 2, but I could be mistaken. We'll identify closer as they work their way through the outlap here and begin the first of 3 flyers at GoPro Motorplex. There's Vinny Maskelis. We remember him from qualifying, put himself really good to start, and then his final 2 laps of the 3 were not as good in comparison to the rest of the field. He ended about 20th. Still, like you said, Emery, I mean, just making the field out of 68 drivers is impressive.
Yeah, and from the second group, the last session, looking at Sunday's results, Byron Daly was one of the ones that put himself into the top 10 from this group. A really impressive run from the local. Also, guys like Colin Haynes, obviously you've got Brooke Knockman in here. These are people that have success at this track, that know what it takes to put it up front. And, I mean, it just shows the depth of the field. When you've got guys from 35th to 50th that have won national races or finished on the podium in national races here, it's incredible to see. And, I mean, obviously this qualifying is going to be really important because obviously you split the groups into two tomorrow. You've got two pre-finals. But if you put yourself back in that 25th to 30th range, it's going to be really hard to get up through the field with the field spread being as small as it is.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad that you mentioned, Byron Daly and Colin Haynes. I mean, two local superstars. Obviously, lots of success here in the K100 senior class. Both of them on the lower end when it comes to budgets, especially when it comes to Daly. And that's all what this K100 class is about. I mean, this isn't trying to be, the Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino, Austin Gerson class. This is the class where you can make it on a budget, you can compete, you can make your name known, and get opportunities in whatever level of motorsport you'd hope to hopefully get to. At bare minimum, get to compete on a national stage on a level playing field in a little more of an economy-style class than the 125 classes lend themselves to be, with more tires to be spent and typically a more frequent rebuild cycle. It's just so much better, and that's why you see the support classes having more and more drivers in them, as it's just such a great funnel up to the top. Or if you can't afford to play that game, it's a great way to come and race on the big stage as well.
Yeah, and someone like Colin Haynes, who's only been racing for about 3 years now, I mean, you've seen him compete against some of the best. I mean, last year at the Diamond Shootout, he managed to make the field and had a pretty good run there. Obviously, you've got guys like Byron Daly, who's been around for a while, but certainly running at a budget that's just a fraction of what some of these other guys that are running double duty are running, and yet you look at the times, and he can be right up there with the guys up at the front. And so far through this session, he looks pretty good as well with a 50.3 so far through 3 laps. That's a couple tenths behind what Fletcher was able to do on his third lap. Still in play, though. Obviously, Colin Haynes is another one. Alex DeLemo, another local, MP4. Brooke Knockman, again, MP5, with a 50.558. These are some of the faster times that we're starting to see now. And as they start to come around for the fourth lap, this is a really critical lap. Tires are going to be at their optimum. You're going to hopefully have your best lap so far, be in rhythm, and hopefully be able to put together a lap that can put you further up the field.
Yeah, that's going to be the checkered flag there for Vinny Miskellis. He comes across the line, like you said, fourth and final lap, 11th. Make it 12th here for Miskellis out of the group so far. Daly once again jumps up. He's the closest to Jeremy Fletcher. Colin Haynes did as well. Alex DeLemo will go even better. That's another local name here, budget racer for sure. And Alex DeLemo goes to third. Hayes improves to second. Daly does not improve on the final lap. Might have caught some traffic. Then Oscar Panozzo. Brooke Knockman 6th. Kingston Harms 7th. Grayson Redson 8th. Keegan Bosch 9th. Mason Surgeon 10th. Now, all of those drivers there from about 3rd or 4th on back, relatively close. Colin Haynes and Jeremy Fletcher should be safe. I think both of them at least inside the top 15 for Hayes, and for sure inside the top 10, maybe top 5 again for Jeremy Fletcher, with 2 times, a 49.908 and then a 50.127. 2 more groups to come, but the top 2 should be able to hold inside the top 10. The rest of them, I think, are going to get bumped back pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at, obviously, Colin Haynes, like you mentioned, should be somewhere around the top 15. Even a guy like DeLemo, I think you're going to see him end up probably somewhere in the 20s, and then beyond that, I think it's just going to be looking back at guys that are going to get shuffled pretty far back. But certainly, I mean, this was a really important session for Colin Haynes. Obviously, did not have the final practice that he would have hoped for. And in the first session, he was able to put himself pretty far up the field, but certainly in this one, being able to put him 2/10 of a second clear of the rest of his group, really nice way to get out of some trouble from final practice.
Yeah, definitely a good way to kind of pull himself up by his bootstraps here and make sure that he's going to have a good place to start from tomorrow. So we'll wait and see how well that place is going to look, because the next group is headed onto the racetrack now here, Group B. And you can see, again, a lot of big names in this one already. Aiden Rudolph right there getting set to go. Colin Lloyd, who was the Florida standout from the SCUSA Winter Series. He's there. Josh Holtz, Route 66 Sprint Series KA100 Senior Champion and USPKS podium finisher, multi-time podium finisher in US PKS competition. I believe he has a main event win to his name, if I'm not mistaken, as well, over the years.
Yeah, I mean, these are some really good names here. Nick Terlecki as well is another one to watch. Obviously had a lot of success down in Orlando, but someone...
Oh, Aiden Rudolph's gone around. Aiden Rudolph going around at the entrance at turn number 4. A little bit of a bobble, but a good catch. No damage, it looks like, to the 979, but That's obviously going to overheat the tires a little bit. We've talked a lot about that over the last few months, trying to break down to the viewers, because you don't get the tire degradation. You may get an open wheel or typical car racing series, but you do get the point where you heat your tires too much, you overheat them, and you kind of grease them over, and you have to dial things back for a couple laps. And so spinning, obviously that's going to dial a little bit too much heat into him. So now Aiden Rudolph has to kind of have this weird balance where now he's going to have an uneven spread of the heat on the tires, with the back tires they're going to skid more than the front, going around in a tailspin like that. And, of course, he still needs to get them up to temperature in a short amount of time, like to an ideal point. So he's got to kind of even it out, I guess maybe not overdrive on that outlap, and then still push. So, and not to mention shattering your nerves a little bit when you spin on the outlap, Caleb. That's not what anyone wants to do.
Yeah, my dad always told me to spin the opposite way to heat the other side of the tires. But you may see him fast lap from him in around 3 or 4. I don't think he's going to have to take a couple laps here to cool it back down. Another driver to keep an eye out on. Someone I thought was going to be doing a little bit better was Dalton Haynes. Obviously the first time in the top Kart Blue. I think he is going to be quick this weekend. Although we find himself back into a draft, he's trying to work his way around Rudolph right now. And it looks like Rudolph's going to let him go coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, that's I think that might be Rudolph. I'm not sure.
Ian Quinn.
Yeah, that's Ian Quinn. That's right. We pointed him out last time. We mixed him up. One of the other Burrell Art drivers here. But Ian Quinn of the Ohio Kart Parks Burrell Art PSL karting combination entry, right behind Dalton Haynes. They worked together, and at least this time Haynes went by him sooner. But in both cases, they've kind of just linked up on the racetrack here to run nose to tail, which really, I'm kind of surprised, Emery, that more guys haven't done that, especially in the junior and the cadet classes, because in all of them, I mean, there was not a whole lot of games played here today so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Caleb and I mentioned earlier in the day, and I certainly think that there's a big value to have from being drafted. I think some of it is you only have 3 laps. They space you out pretty well. They've done a really good job of that this time with the different groups. So it is interesting for me because I think that the optimal way to get a qualifying lap rounds here is to be in a big draft. We saw it a little bit in the KA junior category, obviously a little bit more in Mini Swift, and now you're seeing a little bit now with Haynes and with Quinn. But certainly, I mean, it's really, really going to be critical to just make sure you get the tires up to temperature. Obviously, you're coming around for the 3rd laps now, but I mean, Dalton Haynes has put together a good lap. He put in a 50.239 on his 3rd time around. Alex Murray, Peyton Phillips, Aiden Rudolph. Now you're starting to see the times really coming in. And it looks like, I mean, these guys are going to be obviously a little bit quicker than the last group, but certainly no one's quite been able to touch the 50.1 that Jeremy Fletcher did on his 3rd lap, and then eventually the 49.9, but we'll see if that changes now. Yeah, we'll see here. They're getting closer, obviously. Dalton Haynes, the last time by, at a 50.239. This time by, we'll watch him come out of the final corner. Aboard the top cart, he's pulled away a little bit from Ian Quinn, who may not be on as good of a lap. Where does Haynes end up? Well, he improves about a 10th. Doesn't change position. Still 3rd overall. Peyton Phillips, 4th. Make it 5th. Alex Murray with a very nicely done lap there. Adrian Cruz as well. Cruz with a good run. Murray, a local kid, also like Byron Daly. Is he still teammates with Byron Daly, if I'm not mistaken? Running the Maranello karts.
Yeah, on Maranello karts for Alex Murray. So very impressive P4 right now. Make it P5. Rudolph does get a good lap in, 50.153. So Aiden Rudolph jumps into the top 5 here, Caleb. We'll see what other changes we may have here, but that's about going to do it here on the final lap. I don't think you'll see any more shuffling. And we've got Colin Hayes' lap holding strong through Group B. It's just got to hold on to about another 17 more drivers, and I think he should be decent to start here in this pre-final tomorrow morning, Caleb.
I would agree with that. And something else I want to make light of again is Jeremy Fletcher just pulling out that 49.9 by himself without a tow. As you were talking about with tow before, I think some guys are just worried since you have so few amount of laps that if the guy in front of you bobbles just a little bit, you can lose some time. Dalton Haynes, I think he used the tow to his advantage and hit it perfect. Able to make a little bit of time, ends up P3, the hometown hero.
And, of course, that's really by design. That's both on a time constraint for the U.S. Pro Kart Series and also to try and encourage drivers to go ahead and just drive your line, go ahead and hit your qualifying marks. Don't play any games in qualifying. When you give them too much time, they got laps to burn. They're going to burn them messing with each other. Whether they hit a good lap early and they want to mess up everyone else's laps by impeding them in the following, or they'll burn up the first 7 minutes of the session sitting on the grid and then run 3 laps anyway. So you get a lot of that gamesmanship when you have those longer qualifying sessions.
Yeah, and to be realistic, you also are running with classes with up to 68 karts. So you obviously have a lot of field spread. So the last thing you want is a class full of guys that are kind of trying to jockey for position. You get all those mixed grids. You get people kind of focusing so much on getting into a draft and sort of positioning themselves that it sort of detracts from the overall product. I mean, these guys, you're split into 4 groups and you've still got 17 guys per group. So there's a lot of different guys out there and a lot of fast people that are racing. And so I mean, they don't need to have a draft to go fast. And certainly, I mean, you've seen USPKS the last couple of years has done a really good job of making sure to try to isolate guys in qualifying and make sure that you're getting a good representation of who's fast on the field. And as well as that, I mean, just having the single quarter and spacing them out allows you to have less interruptions, less potential crashes in qualifying, and really helps out in terms of just making everything flow on.
Well, let's see how everything shakes out for the final qualifying session of the weekend. Saturday qualifying for K100 Senior, the fast group. Alex Stanfield, their quickest from final practice, ended up with a solid run, not on the pole, but a good performance in Sunday qualifying. Can he do it one better here? The driver behind him trying to repeat. Tyler Wettengel looking to sweep the K100 Senior poles. It was a feat that could not be done in X30 Pro Senior. Maybe it could be done in the lights class in the 100cc Senior division. As Stanfield takes him through the infield here, half a lap in. A lot of drivers obviously in this fast group with potential. You look at Wettengel, Aiden Levy aboard the Alonso Kart, only a little bit of time. Brandon Lemke's been kind of quiet here to start this weekend, and that's not to knock on him. That just shows again, in the same way as Ryan Norberg's been dominant in X30, Brandon Lemke's been synonymous with being at the forefront, the top 2, top 3, top 1 of the K100 Senior class. And, well, I mean, he, based off that first qualifying, was good, maybe not great to his standards.
Yeah, it's certainly something. I mean, with the amount of people that have so many laps around here, and obviously the talent coming into K Senior, you see a lot of field spread. And obviously, I mean, looking at a guy like Brandon, he's had a really dominant run in K Senior. Obviously, last year came up short to Connor Zillish in the championship. The year before that, was able to win the championship. So he's got a lot of experience in this class. Obviously, even before that, was one of the most accomplished guys out there running 100cc racing. And I mean, Lemke, not someone that you necessarily have to see topping the charts to still be a factor. I mean, I look at last year, both of the races, USPKS and the Grand Nationals, he was able to come through the field kind of on Saturday and Sunday. By the time the final hit, he was up there at the front. So even if he's a little bit off, I would still expect over the course of the weekend Brandon to give everything and end up there at the front at the end of things.
Well, here we go. They're finally starting to feel the tires. 2 laps completed. Stanfield goes to the pole. Tyler Wettengel goes to third. They split Jeremy Fletcher, then get bested by Paulie Massimino, who'd love for a Saturday lockout, and he's got a 10th to boot here, Caleb. Nice start for Massimino on lap number 3, working with 1 to go.
This last lap is going to be crucial. I see a little bit more pack racing than we saw earlier before, the pack qualifying, I should say. It looks like Workman may be in a pack with Liberante making the way down the backstretch there. I think that's Liberante out in front as the sun's starting to set. Liberante has also been kind of quiet along with Workman, you know, the fan favorite when it came time for Lady McGrans. Got the fan votes making it into the feature for the X30 night race. He, looking down through the sheets, I don't think he finds himself inside the top 10.
No, Weston Workman with a little bit of work to do. Brandon Lemke, 16th right now. The top 3 still changing, though. Massimino, Wettengel. Wettengel able to jump at least over Stanfield. Massimino extends the gap on the final circuit. Final chance here. Chase Hand will not improve. He moved up to 4th late in the going. Fletcher's lap holds on to 5th. Levy 6th. Austin Jers 7th. Move him down to 8th there. Weston Workman, well, he took that comment as a challenge there, Caleb. Moves himself into the top 10.
I'm just glad I didn't talk him to go in the opposite way. Workman up into 7th, and it looks like Austin Jers in 8th. Liberante able to crack the top 10, goes to P10, and I think that's going to hold.
Yeah, that should be just about it. So Race Liberante rounding the top 10 behind John Burke. And we go back to the top. Paulie Massimino. It's a double pole Saturday for Mr. North Carolina, Paulie Massimino. A lot of laps around here, obviously. Grown up here at this racetrack. You've raced against him plenty of times, and he has been one of the established brands when it comes to national level drivers. And he doesn't do double duty a lot, but, you know, that puts him at a 500 batting average right now here for his 2 starts in qualifying so far this year in 100cc.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what Paulie's been able to do the last couple of years in KA Senior and really in X30 as well, but just at GoPro, he's almost unbeatable when it comes to 100cc racing. I mean, obviously, I've raced against him a lot locally and on the national scene as well. Last year, swept the USPKS races despite there being a field of over 50. I mean, Paulie needs absolutely no introduction around here, and for him to be able to put together 49.6 in the 68 kart field and put it up front to go along with what he already did in X30, it's going to be a really nice start to the weekend. And he also has Tyler Wettengel matching him on the front row with a 49.7. Obviously, Wettengel had pole for Sunday's race, and he'll look to continue that going into Saturday, where he'll get to start on P1 in the evening heat.
Well, indeed. Again, Massimino, Wettengel, front row. So like you said, Wettengel gets to go front row both days here. It is a sunny ending here. We've still got a few hours of sunlight left, but that wraps up the on-track action. If you're not here in the paddock here with us, myself, Xander, alongside Caleb and Emery, you're going to miss out on a fantastic cookout. OTK USA, Tony Kart, the global organization here with its U.S. importer, have sponsored a fantastic cookout today. Normally, we always cook out and grill out here on Friday nights for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, but on top of that, we're stepping up the game here tonight. It's not just hot dogs and hamburgers, it's fat ribeye steaks coming for everybody here in the paddock. Free to check it out. We're going to have a little bit of coverage and social content, so sorry if it's going to make you jealous, but hey, we've got 2 more USPKS events on the year. You can always come out to them, Road America, and when we wrap our season up at Newcastle Motorsports Park. For now, that's going to take us off the air. For everyone here at the Kart Chaser crew, Emery Lida, Caleb Smock, Jenna Tommy, and myself, Xander Clements, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.